Look at all these spring chickens. Here we are.
Now you're lying, man.
Reality is perception.
But it is sweet.
Another beautiful day.
Yeah, well, I'm down here in Phoenix and it was kind of cool this morning. So that's good. It's not too hot. So
yeah, it makes it nice. That's right. We were down the same days. You started.
No, I came down last night because I wanted to be on video and with Zoom for as much of the board meeting as I could. And then so I came down last night. So it was nice and cool this morning down in Phoenix, which is unusual this time of year.
It's always pleasant.
Good morning.
Morning, Lena.
Beautiful morning, right?
It sure is, isn't it?
Yeah. My gosh. The winds aren't even blowing. Knock on wood.
Don't say that is the name you can't say.
I'm just jinxing everything these days, Might as well roll with it. If it's wind, all right. We got a lot of energy. Cool. So, Lindsay, the playhouse that you gave us got carried halfway across our yard. The roof half torn off, but I found the arm. It took me 2 days to find one of the arms. So next I'm going to see if I can repair it, put it back together. We'll see.
Just a little super glue.
Yeah, it got pulled off a little bit more than that, so. Yeah, that's right. Super glue and duct tape. Got about 2 more years of kids using it probably. Otherwise, slowly transition into the next toys.
Morning.
Well, good morning.
What's going on? Hi, this is Steve. I cannot, I can't, my video is not starting, so I'm just going to stay here because we're leaving right after this to go back into execs.
Okay. Instead of turning it off and turning it on again.
It's not letting me toggle off and on.
Yeah, you're in the exec session and your video is working, Steve.
Yeah.
In the exec session.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing both. I'm gonna break the tool. I'm gonna break the tool, so I should probably leave Teams and then come back.
We need that emergency red shut-off switch like they have at the gas stations,
Yeah.
He's what? Shut it off.
The emergency shut off here. Okay, let me get back here.
Or the hook from the Gong Show,
Oh, the Gong Show. Used to come on every day at 11 o'clock. I actually built my class schedule around the Gong Show. There you go. I'm back.
Hey, all right. Well, we have Patrice and we have Lena. And, I think the other board members, staff did reach out to them. So
let me see if Supervisor Vasquez is here. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, while you check that, I should pull that list up also, since I should be watching that anyway. Oh, come on. Drag it. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
We can get going.
Yes, we can go.
I mean, yeah.
Supervisor Vasquez is ready to join once in execs. He's actually already there, so we can just
Okay.
go there with a quorum.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call today's meeting to order. And this is the 9 o'clock special session. And so, we're posted to receive advice from the board's legal counsel regarding the county food code. Is that your desire? Do you recommend that, Rose?
Yes, I do recommend the board enter exec session for legal advice.
Okay, I need a motion to.
I move that we move into executive session as advised by our attorney.
And I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not opposed. It carries. So now we need to turn this one off and hop into the other one. So that we're
You got
not
it.
being Isn't that nifty? Well, now we have this meeting is being recorded announced to us, huh?
Oh.
There we go. Let's see, I see Patrice out there and Hieronymo's out there. So we are coming back into regular session after receiving legal advice regarding the county's food code, the delegation agreement with the Arizona Department of Health Services. At this point, we have about 10 minutes to take a break, come back for a regular meeting. We can get it rolling right away at 10 o'clock. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Okay, where am I? Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Let's check and see who we have here. I see Steve. And why don't I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and then we'll just go through quick introductions by district. So District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
Good morning, everyone. Patrice Horstman, District 1, present. Glad everybody's here, and members of the public, good morning.
All right, District 2, Geronimo Vasquez.
I'd help if I unmuted myself. Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, District 2. Welcome, and I look forward to a good meeting today. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Well, I have myself as District 3. Just notice that Supervisor Begay has to attend to other items today. And so we'll move on to Vice Chair and save the best for last, District 5 Supervisor Lena Fowler there.
Good morning. Yeah, yes, this is Lena Fowler, District 5, and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. And it is on this beautiful day, and it's not windy. So it's a great day.
Yeah, it is beautiful out there. All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for the record also, as you are aware, I will be traveling to Montana to attend the Western Interstate Regional Conference coming up here. So I will be having to get off our meeting at 12, and I apologize, but other county duties require travel. So thank you.
No, actually for great reasons. So, which means Lena and Geronimo and I will really need to tend to the real business here, huh? Yeah, actually, we need to keep our quorum, which will be very important, but very important stuff that Patrice is working on a lot of our federal land issues that we have. Okay, so next item of business, actually, we should have the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everybody could please rise and join me and face to the east if you don't have a flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well done. So the next item of business is a public health district hearing. And I do believe we need to form as public health district, but I want to get a confirmation on that with Rose.
Here, Ryan, you do not need to form as a public health district. And just really quickly, an explanation on that.
Please.
The health district and the board have concurrent powers in approving these or considering and approving the ordinances that the board is about to hear. Traditionally, Coconino County has considered and passed these ordinances as the board rather than as the public health district. So we are just maintaining consistency with how the county has acted in the past.
Okay, fantastic. I was getting confused myself, so thank you for the clarification there. So with that then, we have a public hearing and consideration and possible action to adopt ordinance number 2021-10. That's regarding the keeping of animal ordinance. And we have a presentation by Health and Human Services. So am I going to Steve or Kim? Where do you guys want me to go first?
Mr. Chair, Kim Musselman is ready to tee this up and we can get started, sir.
As noted in my notes here. All right, Kim.
Morning, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Thank you for having Health and Human Services here today. Just by way of brief introduction, I'm going to be turning this over to Eve Walters. She is our division manager, oversees both the environmental health section of our operation along with our animal management section, and she will be explaining a little bit further not only the keeping of animals ordinance, but then later on getting into the adoption recommended adoption of our food code changes. So with that, Eve, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you to start with the first item.
Good morning, Chair Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru. Thank you for being here with us and allowing us to give these presentations. So I'm going to start with the easier one, and hopefully, are you able to see my screen? Yes, okay, wonderful. So we're going to start with the Keeping of Animals Ordinance, and really this will be a very short presentation. Let me put it in a prettier view for you. There we go. So we're just going to I'll give a brief history of what is happening, what happened with the Keeping of Animals Ordinance, and then a short summary of what this ordinance governs, or what this topic governs, and then we'll talk about next steps. So in December, we have to go backward to go forward, of 2019, the Board of Supervisors agreed to repeal the Environmental Services Code in its entirety, and then to adopt in its place the Coconino County Unified Health Code. And at that time, within the Environmental Services Code was a chapter titled the Keeping of Animals. Inadvertently, when we repealed one code, we did not adopt it into the new code, the Unified Health Code, and therefore it was gone. So what staff are asking today is that we readopt as a new and standalone ordinance, the Keeping of Animals Ordinance. And this ordinance is what governs our kennels, pet shops, and shelters. And while the Arizona revised statutes give the Animal Management Program the ability to regulate these businesses, our kennels, pet shops, and shelters, it doesn't say how that is done. It doesn't give the details. What the ordinance does is outlines what is expected of those establishments to remain in compliance and continue to be licensed. So the ordinance provides information on the plan review process, which is important for a new business that's wanting to start up. It discusses licensing requirements, outlines the regulatory expectations, relates to the building, care of animals, rabies, and licensing, as well as enforcement actions if these items are not followed. The rules outlined in this ordinance are not new to the businesses that it regulates. As I said, this was a chapter in a previous code, and we are just looking to reinstate that chapter as a standalone ordinance so that businesses that are regulated by it have a document to refer to. We've contacted businesses to let them know that this ordinance was going forward and make them aware that really nothing has changed. We sent them the draft copy, and the feedback actually was, wow, this is a lot easier and cleaner to read. So we've gotten some positive feedback on that. So what staff are asking today of the board is consideration and possible action of adopting the new Keeping of Animals Ordinance effective June 1st. So with that, this is a very short presentation. I turn it over to the board for possible consideration and adoption of the proposed Keeping of Animals Ordinance with a start date of June 1st.
All right, thank you, Eve. And we'll go through to questions of the board. It is a public hearing. We will open it up to public comment. Then we'll bring it back to the board for action associated with it. Questions of the board? Pretty straightforward. Not seeing any questions associated with it. So this is a public hearing. So we do need to open this up to public hearing. And then just a note, I'm opening the public hearing. Lindsay will explain how to use this. I believe Lindsay will. But she also has a submitted public comment to also read on this. So Lindsay, why don't you explain how to use public comment first, and then if you could read that submitted public comment.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you are here and would like to submit a public comment for this public hearing, there is a raise hand button at the bottom of your screen that you will click on. And that way we can see you raise your hand and we can call on you for public comment.
Okay, and while we're doing that, could you read that public comment, Lindsay?
Sure, we did receive one email regarding this hearing. I'm going to go ahead and read it for the record. It says, good Supervisors. This is from Al and Valerie Bowman. My name is Al Bowman, and my wife and I own the Cinder Hills Kennels on Townsend Winona Road. We are the first commercial kennel in all of Coconino County and have the longest, if not the longest, running CUP within the county. Valerie and I assisted Sabrina in the complete rewrite of the Keeping of Animals Ordinance back in the early 2000s, shortly after she was promoted to a supervisory position. This current rewrite update is spot on and we fully support it. It is obvious that Sabrina has spent some time on this, updating, modernizing the regulation. Having assisted in rewrites, amendments to local, state, and even federal regulations in my previous career within the commercial nuclear industry, I can tell you that I am impressed with how smoothly this ordinance flows. I am also glad to see the omission of items no longer applicable, such as piggeries. We as a county are lucky to have Sabrina, and I can't understate that. We have worked with previous supervisors, managers over animal control, as well as the health district. Sabrina is the most competent that the county has had since we moved here decades ago. We have not always agreed with her, but we have never been at odds with her vision and how she implements that. She is truly a rare individual. I'm hoping to be in virtual attendance for this discussion on May 25th. I wanted to send this to you in case I am not. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Al Bowman, Cinder Hills Kennels, 11110 Townsend Winona Road, Flagstaff, Arizona.
All right. Great shout out to our staff also, to Sabrina. All right, Sabrina. So Eve and Kim, I'm sure you're going to pass that on, or Steve. So public hearing, looking, and we have no hands there. So with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this, and I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead, Patrice.
First, I'd also like to thank Al Bowman and also our staff for the creation of this ordinance. And on behalf of the animals of Coconino County, I would move that we adopt the Keeping of the Animals Ordinance.
Okay, and that's ordinance 2021-10. All right, I need a second.
Second.
A second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any comments? I'll just make a quick one. I remember when they came to us with that CUP once upon a time, and it's wonderful that they have established a great relationship. Glad that they work together with staff. To the Bowmans, thank you very much. Other comments from the board? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously, 4-0. Next item of business is that we are stepping into item number 3. It's a public hearing and consideration and possible action associated with ordinance 2021-09. And this is associated with the county's food code. And so, so next up, I will turn to Kim to introduce this, and I believe she'll be passing it over to Eve.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Yes, the second item that Eve is going to be going into detail about is the consideration and possible adoption of amendments and changes to our county unified health code. There are several different parts and pieces to this, which Eve has done a phenomenal job putting together. Hopefully will be very clear for our public as she walks through these items and presents this information to our public and board. So with that, I will turn it over to Eve.
Okay. And again, hopefully you can see that now on my screen.
Yes, we can, and it is in presentation mode.
Perfect. Thank you. So as Kim mentioned, we're here to talk about the Unified Health Code, different aspect of it, revisions, amendments, and potential repeals. This is kind of a packed agenda. So we just had the easier of the two, and now we're going into the more complex. I will give an overview of what we're going to be discussing today. We're also going to take a step back into history again that helps provide the foundation for where we've come to in this current presentation. I will be talking about the 2017 FDA Food Code, and in particular, the financial impacts that will occur because of that adoption, the education and public outreach that has occurred in our community, and then we'll look at the actual work, the amendments and revisions to our chapters 2, 6, and 11. And we'll also be talking about Prop 207, or the adult use marijuana laws that passed, which may lead to the repeal of our chapter 14 and amendments to our delegation agreement. So not to belabor this, today we're really here. The purpose of today's presentation is to recommend two key items. One is amendments made to our chapters 2, 6, and 11. And the second key item is the repeal of chapter 14, which is our medical marijuana establishments chapter in the Unified Health Code. At a later date, we'll be coming back to the board to discuss amended language to the delegation agreement between Coconino County and the Arizona Department of Health Services, in particular, the part of that delegation agreement that deals with food establishments. So on April 6th, we came to the board to discuss information about upcoming impacts due to the July 2020 adoption of the 2017 FDA Food Code. And this occurred at the state level by the Arizona Department of Health Services. We also discussed two areas that staff were requesting more stringent regulations as they relate to food and pools and spas. And we presented a simplified and cleaner version of our chapter 2, which includes licensing requirements and enforcement guidelines. At that time in April, we were delaying our discussions around Prop 207, as at the time there wasn't enough information to offer the board a well-rounded perspective on a best course of action moving forward. However, since that time, as we will discuss later, staff now have recommendations and requests of the board based on new information that was received earlier this month. So it always helps to understand how we got where we are today. So for the benefit of everyone listening and the public, before we move forward with items up for consideration, I'd like to just take a moment to briefly review the history of the food code and the impactful changes that are coming with the adoption of the 2017 FDA Food Code that occurred in July, as I said, of 2020. So the Coconino County Food Code has not been updated since 2001, when the 1999 FDA Food Code was adopted. As you can imagine, with 20 years of difference between 1999 and now, a lot has changed. In 2019, the Environmental Health Program brought the Unified Health Code before the board for adoption. The Unified Health Code included language that would allow the code to automatically update when the state made changes to the Arizona Administrative Code. And that's important as we go forward in this conversation, and explains why, when in July of 2020 and the state adopted the 2017 FDA Food Code, Coconino County's local codes automatically, by reference, adopted that code as well. So today we're not here to ask the board to adopt the 2017 FDA Food Code, because that automatically happened due to the language used in our local codes. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, both the state and counties agreed that to start rolling out a new code with so many changes, because it had been so long since we had updated it, would be unfair and unkind to the restaurant establishments that were already struggling under the weight of the pandemic. So it was decided that we would pause on doing anything with that new code, even though it was in effect, until later. ADHS, or the Arizona Department of Health Services, has requested that counties begin enforcement and regulation of the 2017 Food Code starting in July 2021, 1 year after the date that it actually passed. And this is statewide. So the adoption of the 2017 Food Code was done across all counties in the state in an effort to harmonize the state of Arizona under one food code, which is a tremendous benefit both to chained restaurants that operate across county lines, as well as our mobile food trucks that offer services in multiple counties. They will now have one set of rules that they can adhere to versus having to know which county they're in and what food code they're on. which made it very complicated and difficult. So that brings us to where we are today. There are a few significant items that I want to mention related to the 2017 Food Code, and specifically the items that have a financial impact on our businesses. One of the new requirements, and probably the most significant financial requirement in some cases, is the requirement for a certified food protection manager to be on staff during all operating hours. And this requirement requires the training to be given by an accredited organization. There are only 6. One of them is not Coconino County. So in the past, Coconino County and establishments within Coconino County were able to get a food manager training and certificate through the county. Because of this new requirement, the county is no longer offering the food manager training. Now establishments must go to one of the 6 accredited organizations to have their staff trained. There is a higher cost to that. The average cost of the Certified Food Protection Manager training and tests runs between around $100 to just under $400, depending on the organization you pick. Because that food protection manager, certified protection manager, must be on site during all operating hours, there's a likelihood that more than one staff person will have to have this training to be in compliance. So because this is a bigger lift for our food establishments, this is the one piece of the code that will not go into enforcement effect until January 31st, 2022. So a longer time was granted. The other change that could have a financial impact is a change to temperatures. And there were several temperatures changed within the 2017 Food Code. The one that may have a financial impact is related to cold holding temperatures, which are now slated at 41 degrees or below. We do have several establishments in the county that have older equipment that maybe is not able to hold that lower temperature range consistently of 41 degrees or below, and will require the replacement of that equipment. Commercial refrigeration equipment is not inexpensive. The one benefit of COVID-19 is that there are several auctions that have occurred due to restaurant closures. So there's a possibility that this equipment could be easier to find at lower prices right now. But we do recognize that this is going to have a financial impact on our businesses. The other part is the purchasing of thermometers, and that sounds funny. Currently, food establishments use thermometers to check cold temperatures, hot temperatures, cooking temperatures, and that will still be required, but also temperature thermometers that can be used in a dishwasher to be sure that that dishwasher is reaching temperatures high enough to kill microbes. So that may be an additional cost. There is also an entire new section dedicated only to mobile food units. And I do want to mention that there are 2 sets of rules here that govern food establishments in the state of Arizona. There's the 2017 FDA Food Code, which is federal rules. And there is also the Arizona Administrative Code, which are the state rules. The state did make some modifications to the federal rules, and it's important that food establishments in Arizona look at both sets of rules. So the mobile food unit section is in the Arizona Administrative Code. It now requires that each mobile food unit has its own individual operating license. In the past in Coconino County, if a business owner had a fleet of trucks, for example, or carts, food carts, they could purchase one license, and that license was good for all 10 trucks. Now with the new rules that passed, each of those 10 trucks would need its own separate operating license. In addition to that, because we are harmonizing as a state under one code, a mobile food unit will need both an operating license from its county of origin, so where it has its commissary, it does its main work. And then as it travels around to different counties, it will also need to get a permit to operate within that county. So that's new. There are a few structural changes required of mobile food trucks in particular, which include freshwater storage holding tanks, flow rate of water in those those vehicles, which may have a financial impact as well. Many of the other changes, because it's been 20 years, many of the other changes that occurred in the code are operational. The requirement for on-site manuals and procedures to be in place, and items that don't necessarily cost as much money. So it will be really important as we go forward in this that our food establishments are educated on the nuances of this new code. The hope is we're kind of ripping the Band-Aid off here and saying, okay, we have 20 years of time to make up for, let's just get this done. But going forward, the goal of both the counties and the states is that the code gets updated on a more regular basis, so the changes are not so vast. Knowing that this code, the FDA food code, had so many changes, the environmental health program really made an effort to do public outreach and education around what those changes were well in advance. So really this started years ago because we were anticipating a new food code years ago, and it took us years to get it. But heavily, we started our education more in a one-on-one while doing inspections in 2020. That started end of 2020, and very heavily at the beginning of this year, where as inspectors were in those establishments doing their inspections, they were pointing out things. This is okay today, but in the very near future, this is what will be required, so that managers and owners and operators were aware that changes were coming, and this is what the changes were. In addition, we started preparing and updating our website so that folks had a place to go and watch and refer to or find information they needed related to these changes. So we added to our website a summary sheet. The FDA food code is 700 plus pages long, and we can't expect every food establishment operator to read every page of that today. So we created a summary sheet of the major changes that they would need to reference and look at. We also included the FDA food code on our website and the Arizona Administrative Code that have been changed. And we created informational videos. So for folks who don't have time to read, but they could watch a 5 to 8 minute video, they could click through a series of videos that outlined in more detail the changes to those requirements. And those videos are in English, but they're also in Spanish and Mandarin. So there are 3 different ways you can receive that information, or languages you can receive it in. We also hosted virtual information sessions. So I think it was early March that we sent out a doodle poll to all of the establishments in our database that we had a valid email for, and asked them when would be a good time that you could come to a virtual information session and learn about these changes. We had 4 sessions. One of them was recorded and is also on the website for those who are unable to attend that platform. But this was an opportunity to give our businesses an interactive, so not just watching a video, but they could actually ask questions at that time. And then we also posted on the website a survey link where businesses or individuals could post their question or comment about the upcoming changes. There are very few things that we're actually asking the board to vote on today related to our food code, because as I said, it's already in effect due to the language that was used in the local codes to adopt changes that happen at the state level. We are continuing to do education and outreach. In April and May, we have sent out emails, letters to all of our food establishments to notify them of this public hearing time and to please visit our website to get more information on the changes coming. We also sent that letter to all of our cities and towns in Coconino County so the local governments are aware of the public hearing today. We will continue that outreach as we move forward with these changes. The picture you're seeing on the screen is a screenshot of the website with one of the videos. And then on the right-hand side are the virtual town hall or public information sessions that we hosted. So let's get into the meat of it. This is really the part where we're asking for board consideration, starting with our chapter 2. I've mentioned now through 2 presentations that in 2019, we came to the board with a cleaned up, brand new, revised Unified Health Code. And at that time, we took 20 chapters from the old code and cleaned them up so that there was not duplicate information. So we took 20 chapters, and in this case, we crammed them into our chapter 2, which relates to permits, licensing, certificates, enforcement, and other requirements. Now that we've had the opportunity to live with that chapter for a couple of years, we realized we could do better. And we have made some revisions to make a cleaner, clearer, and easier for the user to find the information they need. So this is one of the chapters that is up for consideration and possible action by the board. And we'll come to that again later. The second chapter is our food and drink chapter. And as I mentioned, we are not asking to take action on the adoption of the 2017 food code because that has happened. But there are 3 items that relate to this chapter that we would like to ask for board consideration and possible action. The first item relates to time as a public health control. And the 2017 FDA food code recommends a 6-hour time frame that to either use or toss certain, and the key word there is certain foods, versus a universal standard of a 4-hour time frame to use or toss potentially hazardous foods, or what the new food code calls time as a temperature control foods. The reason that staff are recommending maintaining the 4-hour time frame to use or toss foods, and there's more to this, there's temperatures they sit within and many other pieces, is because this is the current standard that restaurants are used to using. It's uniform across the majority of foods, and there is less possibility of this of foodborne illness being within the 4-hour time frame. We know our businesses are busy. We know our restaurants are busy. Our food establishments are busy, and that there are times that that 4-hour window is even stretched. And so staff feel that moving to a 6-hour standard for certain foods, one, is confusing. It requires the operators who are already busy to know and learn more information and apply it only to certain foods, not all foods. And we also know that when they're busy and in the heat of a rush, that 6 hours could become 7 hours or 8 hours, which would be well outside of the range of safe. So we're asking to maintain our current standard of 4 hours as a time as a temperature control before a food needs to be used or tossed. The second item related to this chapter is determining an enforcement date to start enacting these rules. And the request is that we start enforcing these rules July 1st, 2021, which also was requested by the Arizona Department of Health Services. The third item related to Chapter 6 food and drink, we're going to come back to later in the presentation when we talk about Prop 207 or adult use marijuana. Another item for consideration and possible action of the board is having a more stringent regulation around the sampling of the testing of chemicals and pH in public pools and spas. Currently, when we adopted and changed the language in our Unified Health Code, the Arizona Administrative Code only required a once-a-day check of chemicals and pH in pools and spas. Prior to adopting the Unified Health Code in 2019, in Coconino County, pool and spa operators were accustomed to at least a twice-a-day chemical and pH check. Having lived again with this code for a couple of years, staff would like to request and recommend that we return to our previous standards of a minimum of twice-a-day chemical and pH checks for public pools and spas. And just like with Chapter 6, our recommended or suggested start date would be July 1st of 2021. So this is another item that we will be asking for board consideration and possible action at the end of this presentation. Now we get into the fun part, Prop 207, and we're going to be talking about adult use marijuana as it relates to our local codes, our Chapter 6 food and beverage, our Chapter 14 medical marijuana establishments, and we're also going to talk a little bit about the delegation agreement. So when we came to the board last on April 6th, as I mentioned, we had planned to delay this discussion until a later date. However, things have changed even between April and May. And now the rules that govern adult use marijuana establishments have been finalized and they are in effect. The marijuana rules, adult use marijuana rules went into effect on May 1st, and changes to the food code also went into effect on May 3rd. And that is how it really relates to our Chapter 6 and the action we're going to be discussing. So let's do just a quick history of what Prop 207 is. Not everyone may be aware of what that is. In November of 2020, the Arizona voters passed Proposition 207. And this is otherwise known as adult use marijuana or Smart and Safe Arizona, the Smart and Safe Arizona Act. This passing of this legislation allows individuals to carry up to 1 ounce of marijuana or 5 grams of marijuana concentrate without any legal or legal ramifications. It has been legalized. And you don't need a medical marijuana card to get it, basically. So that's sort of the summary of what that rule says. The state, at the time that Prop 207 passed, the state told counties rules regarding how we're going to regulate adult use marijuana will not be drafted until April of 2021. And at that time, you'll have the opportunity to provide feedback and comment. In January of 2021, the state came back to the counties and said, actually, the rules have been drafted and they have been finalized. This was a surprise to all counties around the state. And in addition to that, the passing of the new rules, when we read them, were also in direct conflict with the 2017 FDA food code. So in order for the state to allow a proposition that was passed by the voters, they had to amend the Arizona Administrative Code to get around the fact that the passing of this proposition was in conflict with our food code. To do that, the state changed 2 definitions in the state code, which now allows marijuana and marijuana concentrates to be added an approved food additive, and any products that have marijuana or marijuana concentrates in them to not be considered adulterated. They're okay. You don't have to throw them out. So these 2 rules, or these 2 definitions, went into effect, as I said, on May 3rd. Which causes some challenges for the county. And that's what we're really going to talk about today, and some recommendations on how we get around those challenges, which does include the delegation agreement that we currently have with the state of, or the Arizona Department of Health Services. So what you're looking at here are the 2 definitions that were changed under the food code, or under the the state food code. The top definition, the highlighted section, is the added information. The state added in there. You can see it says, but also includes marijuana and marijuana concentrates, which means those are approved to be put in food. And the other definition they changed was the definition of adulterated. And you can see highlighted there that food with, it reads kind of funny, but food with marijuana in it is not considered adulterated. So what we would like to propose, so by changing these definitions and the way this all happened, basically the state slid into the current delegation agreements the requirement that counties regulate recreational marijuana. And no county was really prepared for that. Unfortunately, also, it came with this responsibility, but what did not come with it was the resources to regulate these products properly and really provide confidence that the public would be protected and safe. The things that were, the resources that counties need to properly regulate these products would be things like access to labs, test kits to sample products, training on how to read lab reports that come from these products, and access to approved sellers and vendors of these products or the ingredients within these products. And currently, we don't have access to any of those things. So it's very difficult for the county to with confidence, to say yes to the public, we can protect you with these products. So I often like to say when giving these presentations, it's really important to remember that as a county, we can be more stringent than state rules, but we cannot be less stringent, and we cannot be in direct conflict with state rules. So what staff are proposing is the change of one of these definitions. In particular, the change of the definition of a food additive. The top definition on your screen is the current state definition that's in effect. The bottom definition and the highlighted section in blue is what staff are proposing to adopt as a more stringent definition. And you can see that it excludes marijuana, marijuana concentrate, cannabinoid products that have more than 0.3% THC or are derived from marijuana plants. So we're proposing to change one definition, but not both. And the reason is, as I just mentioned, if we were to change both of these definitions to eliminate marijuana or marijuana concentrates from being a food additive and to consider, if we find them in a food, that to be an adulterated food, we're in direct conflict with state rules. And that's not going to really work well. So we're proposing to only change one of those definitions. And what that does is it causes the county to be silent or neutral on this issue. When all of this happened, and I need to back up a little bit here, when all of this happened, the state put counties in a corner, and they the corner had two sides, and one side was you can either exclude all marijuana operations in your county, or you can accept it and regulate it 100%. And there was very little gray in the middle, very few options. Coconino County, we have well-established marijuana establishments in our community. They've been here for years, and there's no intention that we're going to ask those businesses to close or prohibit them from operating in our county. However, we also are unable to confidently regulate those businesses in a way that we feel comfortable and that we're protecting public health and safety. And so neither of those options, either prohibiting marijuana establishments or accepting full responsibility to regulate them, are good options in our county. After many meetings with the county attorneys, we have come to a good position of being in a neutral position. By changing one of the definitions, but not both, we essentially are allowing those businesses to continue operating as usual. Nothing changes for them. However, we are also removing ourselves from the responsibility of regulating and enforcing those businesses. If we were to change both definitions, the businesses that we have in our community, the marijuana establishments, they would have two conflicting sets of rules. It's a no-win situation for them. However, if we change only one of the definitions, those establishments can be in compliance with the state rules and mostly in compliance with county rules. And if we are not regulating those establishments, it's most important that they would be in compliance with state rules. So this is an item that we will be asking the board to consider possible adoption to our Chapter 6, which is the more stringent definition for food additives. This ties hand in hand with a chapter we currently have in our codes. Our Chapter 14 is what allows us to regulate and visit our medical marijuana establishments. And if we accept the revised definition of a food additive, this chapter becomes in direct conflict with our own code. You can see the highlighted line there, which refers back to the requirement that medical marijuana establishments must comply with requirements in Chapter 6, which is our food and drink chapter. So to keep this chapter, if we are making these other changes, doesn't make sense. It also convolutes an already really murky issue. The state is still working out how they are going to regulate adult use marijuana facilities in Coconino County. We have 6 marijuana establishments, and I believe 4 of them are retail storefronts, and they have dual licenses. So now we have both medical marijuana under the same roof as recreational marijuana. If we keep this issue or this chapter, it creates a really blurry line between who is responsible for doing what. So our recommendation will be that we repeal this chapter and return the responsibility of medical marijuana establishments back to the state. So just to be clear, because this is a little bit confusing, if you're not in this every day, Coconino County is the only county in the state that provides local oversight in their medical marijuana establishments. Prior to, actually every other county in the state, the state regulates those establishments for the counties. And likely, as we are moving forward with recreational adult use marijuana, the state will also regulate those establishments as well. Coconino County decided back in the day to add this chapter because we wanted to have some local oversight in those businesses to keep the patrons of those businesses safe. With the adoption of Prop 207, the landscape has changed dramatically, and the responsibilities that would be put on the county without the resources to actually meet those responsibilities, it's just a very different landscape.
Eve, I need to do a little time management and get you to kind of move it on.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So the final piece of this puzzle is our delegation agreement. This is not an item for action today. I just mention it because this will be coming to the board in the near future to ask the board to sign an amended delegation agreement, which excludes our marijuana establishments in Coconino County. And 15, I'm going to have a dog barking in the background, I apologize. 15 of the 15 counties voted to amend this delegation agreement to exclude establishments that prepare, sell, and transfer marijuana products. The most important part, so let's talk about states here for just a second. Part of these recommendations are based on what other states are doing. There are several states in the United States that have had medical marijuana or adult use marijuana laws for a long time: California, Colorado, and Oregon. And in all of those states, this responsibility is held with the state. They do not delegate out responsibility for regulating or enforcing marijuana establishments to local jurisdictions. So that is part of the basis for the recommendation today. The most important piece for our businesses is this has no significant impact on the businesses that are currently operating. They are currently licensed and regulated and enforced through the state. They will continue to be done that way. And really the only difference is that local environmental health inspectors will not be going into those businesses any longer. So we are at our end. The recommendations that staff are asking the board to consider and possible action are to adopt the proposed amendments to Chapter 2, 6, and 11 with an improved enforcement date of July 1st of 2021, to repeal Chapter 14, which is our medical marijuana establishments chapter, with an effective date of June 1st, 2021. And this is primarily because those rules are in effect right now. And right now, the county is therefore responsible for regulating these establishments unless we make a change to our local codes. And down the road, to approve language in the delegation agreement as it relates to the exclusion of marijuana and marijuana establishments. So I turn it over for questions or comments and possible action.
All right, so just a reminder, it is a public hearing. So we'll go through questions of the board, go to public hearing, and then bring it back for board action. And so questions by the board members. Not seeing any questions, I'll go ahead and open this up for public hearing. Lindsay, could you explain how people would speak to this item?
Sure. If you would like to submit a comment for public hearing on this item, there is a raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. and you can go ahead and raise your hand. Chair Ryan, I do see that we have somebody on the phone, and that phone number is 818-419-8164. I can allow that phone number to talk, and they will have to press *6 to unmute themselves.
So a question to that individual, you need to press *6 if you wish to speak. That is 1-818-419-8164. We'll give it just a second, and it doesn't seem like we're getting any action there. I'm not seeing any hands. Are you, Lindsay?
No, I'm not.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close it, the public hearing at this point, bring it back to the board for action. And we saw, noted by Eve, all the different aspects of the ordinance and modifications.
Brian?
Yes, go ahead, Rose.
Thank you. I did want to make a recommendation as to one edit on what Ms. Walters presented. And Eve, if you could, I don't know if you can share your screen again, but it's in the amended definition of additive. I recommend striking the language that comes after the statutory citation. And so I think it's 36-2850, but then it goes on to say when used by a marijuana establishment as defined, et cetera. But I would strike all the language remaining after the reference to the statute.
Okay, duly noted, and we would need that in the motion of noting that modification.
Yes, just the motion can be made and to include the recommended edit by the deputy county attorney or something like that.
Okay, all right. So do I have a board member that wants to go through this motion here? Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, I'll make the motion. I would like to make a comment after we have a motion in a second, if you wouldn't mind, Chair. I would like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2021-09, adopting the proposed amendments and changes and updates to the Coconino County Unified Health Code, including the amended language in Chapter 2, permits, license, and certificates, enforcement and other requirements, and Chapter 6, food and drink, and Chapter 11, public and semi-public bathing places, and repealing Chapter 14, medical marijuana establishments, and with the amendments as recommended per legal counsel, and approve CCHHS's request to amend the current delegation agreement between Coconino County and the Arizona Department of Health Services related to the regulation and enforcement of marijuana establishments.
I have a motion I need to set. It looks like my second is by Vice Chair Fowler.
I will second the motion. Thank you, Patrice.
Just pause. Before I go to you, Patrice, let me double check this, and maybe me being off. Were we still going to include that delegation agreement component of this action?
It's not an action that needs to be signed on today, but having the board's approval to move forward with that is appreciated.
So does the motion as presented give you the authority to move forward on this?
I believe it does.
Okay. All right. Thank you for pausing for that moment. Just double check that one. Okay, Patrice, the floor is yours.
Yes, and first of all, note on this, I think with regards to the medical and recreational marijuana provision changes that the state recently made without any input, any advance notice or input from the county, I'd like to make a note that it is important that these changes be made by us at this time, because Coconino County cannot make promises that we, the county, can't keep to our residents here in Coconino County. It was irresponsible for the state to act in this manner. It created an onerous burden for the county, and it is not fair to our community. The state needs to act responsibly on this, and we hope that this will encourage them to work cooperatively with all of the counties and to make appropriate and responsible oversight and regulations for members of our general public. So, Mr. Chair, that is my comment to my motion.
All right, see if we have other comments from board members.
Yes,
Go ahead, Lena.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you so much. But this is just like our state. The state health department has been doing this. You know, state legislators say they balance the budget and throws it under the table to the counties. This is just our relationship, unfortunately, with the state, creating confusion and us having to clean it up. And it costs us, it costs the citizens of our county when the state takes action and makes decisions without the input from the county. They don't understand the ripple effect of their decisions behind the closed doors and then coming back. However, with that said, thank you, our staff. They're always upfront, they're ready, and they're able to save the county liability and also future costs that we just cannot imagine what they may be. And you're able to intervene and come up with language. Thank you to our county attorneys and all the staff involved to make sure that our citizens are safe and that they are that we have a clear message to the public that we want to make sure as a county board of supervisor, as a county health department and county management, we want to make sure our citizens are safe in every sense of the word. So thank you so much for coming up with this language and being able to move forward in the matter that we are doing. Thank you so much.
Other comments?
I'll go. I just
Please.
wanted to thank the staff for their work on this because it is aligning us with the current situation, the rules as they were, the way the county was supervising, regulating. This was before there was medical marijuana recreational marijuana, everybody. And so the game has changed. And so, you know, making these changes and adjustments as the staff has brought to our attention helps us as a county really adjust to the state situation and allows us to really take guidance from the state and let the state do the regulation as they're doing currently. So I just really appreciate all the support from the staff and want to thank you for your work to keep the citizens of Coconino County safe. Thank you.
All right, and I'll add to the comments, pretty much ditto to everything you guys said. But additionally, though, just aspects associated with it, the refrigeration from a health food safety perspective, very important. Challenging, but I understand staff has had a couple of years conversation with business establishments. So complement the outreach, understanding it will be a challenge, but you've been working hard on that. The other piece, just to be, my family was in pool operations, the adjustment in the pools, keeping them a little bit more stringent. Absolutely. That must be why I wore my Hawaiian shirt today. I needed to comment on the pools there. But really, it's public health that we're really taking care of. Well overdue. Really appreciate all the work that went in. And we know we have future conversations potentially associated with this depending upon what the state does. Hopefully they'll do the right thing and we can move forward correctly with this. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Carries unanimously 4-0 on that. So next item of business is call to public. Call to public is an opportunity that we provide as a courtesy for folks to bring items to our attention that are not on our agenda. Is there, Lindsay, could you explain how that would work, just in case people just joined us?
Sure, if you've just joined us and you would like to have submit a comment for call to public, this is for anything that is not on the agenda today. You can go ahead and hit the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, and I'm not seeing anything. How about you, Lindsay?
No, I don't see anything at this time, Chair.
Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and close the call to the public portion of the meeting. Next item is our consent agenda. Consent agenda are items that are routine in nature that we take in a single vote, and we have quite a few. So for the sake of all our staff out there that have been waiting for this, thank you for your patience. But they're very important items. So our consent agenda is comprised of items number 4 through, I believe, number 30. Yes, item number 30. So with that, do we have any items board members would like to separate? Not seeing that. I will want to comment after once we go through a motion, but I don't want a separation of any item.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
I move that we approve the consent agenda from item 4 through number 30.
All right, I have a motion. I need a second. Okay, it looks like even on mute, although you want to unmute, so we can confirm that for the public record. Okay, thank you from Supervisor Vasquez. And then my comment on item number 7, just so proud of our proactive work that we've been doing. We have an IGA between the City of Flagstaff and ourselves associated with the dark skies. Very good proactive effort, takes into consideration change in technology, also shared activities in working on that. And then the other item is item number 11 is Stronger as One program specialist, just seeing the funding coming in to assist with that program. Such a critical one when we've been through challenges with COVID-19. We've had, mental health issues, potential growth in suicide rates, very critical position. Very good that we're doing that. They were my comments that I wanted to add associated with the potential action that we have. Any further comments? Not seeing any further comments, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Next up, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors.
So move.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now acting in capacity of the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have items 31 through 37 on our consent agenda. Does anybody care to remove any? If not, I'll go ahead and consider a motion. Anybody care? Supervisor Horstman.
And I'll second.
Director. Okay, I have a motion by Director Horstman, a second by Director Fowler. I'm trying to call you Director also, trying to work that out. Call for comment, no comment. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. That's the Flood Control District consent agenda. Items 31 through 37 that were approved. We next need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chair, I move that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, we need to resolve this Public Health District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
A motion that we go into Public Health Directors or District meeting, please.
You got it. All right. Motion by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. We only have one consent agenda. If there's no separation, I consider a motion for approval. Motion by
to approve.
Supervisor Horseman.
Second,
I have a second to approve by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, next we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a
I
motion to do
move
so.
that we resolve as a Board of Supervisors.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second by Supervisor or Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, next we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. I have a
So
motion by Supervisor Horseman and a
Second,
second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. We have two.
Aye.
Aye. We have two items on the consent agenda, items 39 and 40. Does anybody want to separate? Not seeing anyone, I'll consider a motion for approval.
So move.
A motion by Director
Second.
Horseman, second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
aye.
Okay, and that completes the jail district piece. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
All right. Well, good. I was hoping we weren't going to hold out there. Okay, motion by Director Horseman, second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay. And for the sake of the public, just briefly, we have to act separately in each of those where we are directors of a specific jurisdictional responsibility. Now we are acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors. The item that we have now moved to is item number 41. And this is a discussion associated and possible action associated with the county's response to COVID-19 pandemic. And I'll turn to County Manager Peru first, and then I believe I have Director Musselman next.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the better part of the year plus, Kim and her team have been providing updates to you sometimes multiple times a week. And so what I've asked today with Kim's permission is to present to her and to you. While she's been in the front line, I think it was important today for various reasons for me to present the following slides to you. Kim was here, of course, to provide some input and some areas that I may have missed. But it is kudos to Kim and the team for the last year have been driving the presentations, have been the face of this issue, will continue to be the face of COVID in our mitigation and in our efforts at the county level. But I want to just, as I said, Kim will be providing some input, but I'm going to be presenting. So with that, we can go to the first slide with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Please, Steve.
So again, this is our response update to you today. A couple of key notes to make. Of course, we want to talk about where we're at as a county. And so you can see on the slide here that community transmission level is at the moderate level based on Department of Health Service benchmarks. The incidence rate, and you see, is moderate as well, 19.8 per 100,000. And the percent positivity is minimal at 4.1%. COVID-like illnesses, minimal at 1.2. And then also, you can see where Coconino County ranks with other areas, other jurisdictions. So Pima, Maricopa County, and Arizona. Before we leave this slide though, I think it's really important to note that Coconino County from the very beginning has been leading the pack with our efforts. I think Coconino County was the first county to open up testing. This was held over at the CCC on 4th Street. And so again, it really is, I think, a testament to the good work of not only Coconino County, but all of the health partners throughout Coconino County. And you all know who you are. A lot of conversations, a lot of meetings, a lot of, I would say, very active discussions that took place during the course of the last year. And so kudos to Coconino County to help us achieve the 48.5% vaccination rate as of yesterday. Next slide. So of course, the big news from the last week or so has been CDC announcing a change in policy, a change in guidance, if you will, related to masks. And I think the best way to show this change is if to look at the graphic that's on the other side of the slide here. And so you'll see, of course, the comparison between unvaccinated individuals and fully vaccinated individuals, and the types of activities that, of course, accompany the international red, green, and yellow colors. And so you will see for unvaccinated individuals, there are more cautions that range from safest to less safe to least safe. And so there's a range of areas that we note this based on CDC that connotes the different various areas of activity. But again, I think the big comparison is to show on the right side of the graphic, all green for fully vaccinated individuals. And I think that is the important message, is that, and going on to the text there, if you're fully vaccinated, you can resume activities that you did prior to the pandemic. Fully vaccinated people can resume activities without wearing a mask or physically distancing, except where required by federal, state, local, tribal, or territorial laws, regulations, including local business and workplace guidance. You will still be required to wear a mask on planes, buses, trains, and other forms of public transportation. I know here locally with Mountain Lion Transit, they will continue the restrictions in place. And then also within jail and detention facilities, as well as medical and health clinical settings. And of course, for Coconino County, we're speaking of our detention facility that's operated by the Coconino County Sheriff, and then also our juvenile court detention area that's managed by juvenile court. And so those two areas would continue to remain, as well as our clinical setting at King Street and other satellite offices, Page, Williams. And so we are considered a health care facility, a health clinic. And so restrictions of those masking requirements would continue in those facilities as well. And of course, if you've not been vaccinated yet, we do provide the information on vaccines and locations here at Coconino County. And so we really encourage the public, those individuals who've yet to be vaccinated, to seek this out and provide to access the sites that we have listed, because we certainly are encouraging the general public to continue their efforts to become fully vaccinated. Kim, is there anything I missed on this slide?
No, County Manager, I think you covered all of it. Thank you.
Okay. So a couple of actions for the board today is going to be the recommended board action is to rescind the mask proclamation by adopting the resolution that has been included in your packet. Again, this is in adherence to CDC guidelines. And I think it's important to note that from the very beginning of the pandemic, and it certainly precedes my time at the county, Coconino County has always followed CDC guidance. There's a lot that goes into formulating the guidance at that level. Science and experts in the field have provided important guidance throughout the pandemic. And so when the change was recently made regarding mask requirements, I think we'll all admit we were a little taken aback by the change in direction so quickly. But at the same time, as we've always done from the very beginning, we are following CDC guidelines. And so with your action today, one of your actions will be to adopt Resolution 2124, which will rescind the mask proclamation that is currently in place in Coconino County effective June 1st. So that is the first action. The next, county staff recommendations regarding reentry plan revisions. And again, as I've said before, and I'll continue to say throughout the pandemic, when we talk about reentry, we first want to acknowledge our team members that have been here throughout. Individuals in law enforcement, healthcare, the courts, many of our officers, the constitutional offices that have been remained open. And so we want to acknowledge those individuals that have been the front line of our efforts here at Coconino County from the very beginning. Having said that, though, we do want to make some revisions to the reentry plan that was adopted by the county some months ago to reflect so the changes with CDC guidance and also to change a couple of definitions. And so the changes to the reentry policy would provide the opportunity for the county as an organization to move to phase 3 rather, which begins to open up facilities, begins to bring employees back to the workplace. Of course, with that, the mask change from required to optional. We continue to encourage employees to wear masks to ensure their level of comfort. Again, we cannot require that of the public, but again, we want to encourage all of our employees to take whatever measures they feel is necessary in order to feel comfortable and safe at the workplace. At the same time, we'll be working with our leaders and our staff and facilities and IT to transition our county workforce back to our buildings. I was not here, but I understand from stories that I've been told, it was a huge, huge effort to transition the county from in-person to remote. The efforts of our facilities management, our IT staff and others have been remarkable. I think today, testament, of course, example of that, we're all virtual today. At the same time, while we're doing all of this, our IT staff had to navigate various issues related to cybersecurity and everything that goes into that. And so the infrastructure that we have today, the work that our facilities folks have done is huge. And so we can't just turn this around on a dime, if you will. And so during the month of June, we'll continue to work through those efforts to transition back to pre-COVID times. And so that would be the second recommendation for you today. Next slide, please. And did I miss anything on that, Kim, that I need to come back on?
No, I think the only thing I would clarify, Steve, is that when this was a plan that was presented to the board for their direction that we then pushed out to our county staff back in June of last year. And so at this time, we're asking for board's direction and approval with respect to just that direction to staff that we proceed with the few minor edits and updates that have been presented in the document.
I will note, Mr. Chair, members of the board, when we look at phase 4, we're looking, as I said, July 1st and after. The transition is going to take time, and so we're not saying that as of July 1st, everything's back to normal. What we're saying is of July 1st, we're going to begin to take the efforts. Buildings, county buildings will begin to be opened up. We'll also be looking at some improvements to the boardroom downstairs to provide the opportunity for the public to connect virtually at a greater level of quality. And I think the last few months have shown that as an organization, governance can take place virtually. It is different, but it does take place virtually. And so looking downstairs to see how we can outfit the room to provide a little more convenience for the public to participate in public meetings because we are a public body, but also provide the opportunity for board members because at times board members may be traveling. And so providing that opportunity for a board member to attend the meeting virtually is going to be an important part of our improvements downstairs. Again, to part of our mission of creating more public access to buildings. And that will begin after July 1st, on or after July 1st. And so the work is going to be taking place throughout the summer. I also want to call and credit, if you will, the Superior Court. Presiding Judge Dan Slayton and his team, they have been working, of course, in close contact with Arizona Administrative Office of the Court and the Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court. Jurisdictionally, the Superior Court, including justice courts, including adult probation, juvenile court, the clerk of the court. If I miss, not so much the county attorney, but of course they all align in terms of the criminal justice system. They too are phasing back, and so in conversation with presiding Judge Slayton yesterday, we've heard from the Chief Justice, and we are coordinating our re-entry with the courts as well in the courthouse. And so it is a coordinated effort. We've also reached out to Sheriff Jim Driscoll, looking at the detention facility that we have and coordinating the activities there. And so while we're making this presentation today, it certainly doesn't come without a lot of discussion, a lot of coordination, a lot of understanding on the part of the entire Coconino County team to make this happen today. And so if I may continue this slide here, commitment to public health and safety following current guidance does not represent any movement away from our ongoing commitment to public health and safety. And so this is an important statement because I think for all of the efforts that we've gone through in the last year, the change in policy, and it is a milestone change today. We don't want our professionals and our dedicated team to feel that it's over. It's not over by any means. And if you look at public health historically, public health is famous for campaigns. You name it, great campaigns. Smoking, diabetes control, seatbelt safety, nutrition, clean water, safe food, on and on and on. Public health has been built on very effective public health campaigns, and our efforts in COVID mitigation will continue as a public health campaign. We are working with our marketing team, with our folks here at the county to mount a very active, a very energetic public health campaign on best practices going forward. I think that for many of us, while a mask may not be required anymore, I think we're going to probably see a prevalence of individuals that choose, and I repeat, choose to wear a mask. And so again, safe distance, social distancing, I think regardless of the health condition, is a best practice. And I think we saw that this year with the prevalence of flu being very, very low, if any, this year as a result of all the masking that took place. And then of course, just a good personal hygiene. You see signs in all of our restrooms in all of our buildings about, sing a song while you're washing your hand. And I don't know what song we're singing these days, but we do hum a tune so we can take the time to make sure that we are adhering to best personal hygiene practices. And so the other would be here at the workplace, if you're ill, don't come to work. And that has always been something we've emphasized. Regardless of the health condition we're managing today, we've always impressed upon our employees, if you're not feeling well, please consider staying home, because you certainly don't want to expose your colleagues and the public if you have a cold or the flu or something like that. So again, all of these are public health practices that we're going to continue through a very active and exciting health campaign going forward. Other things that I'll read here on the slide. County protocols, as I said, will continue to be in alignment with CDC guidance and recommendations. Staff will continue to communicate updates and changes as they develop. And then, as I said, the implementation of a public health campaign, meet people where they're at. So making sure that our messages align with individuals wherever they may be in Coconino County, whatever business, because again, that connection and that interaction is very important to the effectiveness of the message. Prioritize providing public health education. We'll continue to do that as we've always done. Ensure vaccine access for all individuals when they're ready to be vaccinated. Again, at this point in time, the inventory, the supply of vaccines is very different today than it was 5 months ago or 6 months ago. We have adequate, if not more, vaccine. I think there was a big concern about wastage. And so guidance from CDC related to wastage has been turned around. They realize that supply and demand are very different today. And so there's not a penalty, if you will, for local jurisdictions or sites that may not be able to utilize all the vaccines. And so again, very, very important changes in the supply chain related to vaccines. And so that's important. Engaging community and supporting other public health needs. Again, we'll line up this campaign with all the other good things that public health organizations throughout our country and here locally, not only with the health department, but with North Country, NAH, Sacred Peaks, you name it, all of our health providers, all of our health partners will continue to do the good work in emphasizing public health needs and solutions. We're going to continue to encourage implementation and mitigation measures of certain reduction in transmission. So again, we'll be continue to do the steps that we've taken in our facilities, in our workplaces, looking at how we would, if you will, regulate, not regulate, but meter the number of individuals that come into our facilities. We have some of our facilities that do not have staff at the front door. And so you will see during the phase 3, we'll continue to and then probably thereafter, continue to moderate or meter folks in. It's not to say they don't have access to the facility, but being able to ring the doorbell as you would probably in your own home. Someone's at the door when the doorbell rings, let's see who that is. And that'll continue here at the county. And then of course, finally continue supporting employees and public in wearing masks as long as they are comfortable. And this is an important message, for those individuals who are fully vaccinated. The guidance is different. There are many other things that can be done since you are fully vaccinated. At the same time, for those individuals and others that just feel comfortable wearing a mask, we ask and recommend that you do so for a variety of good health reasons. Kim, anything that I missed here?
Yes, Steve, if I could just add a couple of quick things with respect to your comment about the lessening of concern around vaccine wastage. I just wanted to make a comment about that. Really, where that is coming from is we want to make sure that anyone who shows up to get a vaccine at any location that's providing vaccine, not just at a county location, but pharmacy, other location, that they're not turned away because the entity that's delivering that vaccine is worried that they have to open another vial and they only have 1 or 2 people standing in front of them. At this point in time, it is about the message of we want to get every single person vaccinated at the time in which they present to be vaccinated. And so that is where that guidance change has come in, obviously in conjunction with there being more vaccine readily available. So I just wanted to add that. And then just make one last comment about continuing to support employees in public and wearing masks as long as they're comfortable. At no point, at least not as long as I am here, do I ever see us having a mandate of that you can never wear a mask again. I think that's something very important to state to everyone, that there's going to be lots of times, even as we transition, that we feel more comfortable wearing masks, or times, for example, going into flu season, other types of times of year where I assure you I will be wearing a mask, vaccinated or for anyone who is fully vaccinated, that there is a time and a place. Masks do work in preventing lots of other illnesses that are airborne. So just wanted to say that we're not ever going to be standing in front of you or the public saying suddenly that masks are now banned at any point along the way. So thank you.
A couple of other notes to inject here, Mr. Chair, members of the board. From the county situation report, I'm just going to recite a couple of bullets that are important. On May 18th, was the last operational day for the Fort Tuthill vaccination site. The site has since been demobilized. All FEMA and National Guard staff have been demobilized, and we want to extend our thanks and our appreciation to new friends that we made. For those folks at the vaccination sites throughout the county, we had invaluable service from FEMA. I had a conversation with one of the FEMA volunteers who actually was sorry to leave. He really thinks Flagstaff and Coconino County is a pretty neat place, and so he said he's going to come back to vacation here. But it was one of his more pleasant assignments. When you look at oftentimes our FEMA staff are involved in natural disasters, and it's not that this was not, but it was a different kind of a disaster here. And so, of course, that site has been demobilized. The NAU site, the pod, is operating right now 10 to 6. They are Wednesday through Saturday. They are closed this weekend for the Memorial Day holiday, but the vaccination, the pod is open there. And then we're also, of course, doing a lot of pop-up clinics. Last week, we did pop-up clinics, Southside neighborhood. We do a weekly one at the courthouse lawn. We've also done them at Munns Park, Page, Williams, and I think today we're actually doing another pop-up day 2 over at Purina. And so we have a lot of activity happening there. I also want to just credit our epidemiology. Our epi staff they've done phenomenal work. Many of us thought, well, what is epidemiology is all about? That was a year ago. We know exactly what they do. And we know we love them for all the work that they've done. So our epidemiologists and all the staff there have been doing a lot of work in terms of helping us navigate this. We're also looking at logistics. Our logistics folks have helped, you name it. Logistics is how do, what do we need to get things done? And that's what this group has done. And so our logistics team have done an amazing job in managing all of the details related to how the work gets done. And so that's important. Finance section, I'm just going to read the total year to date, and I'm not going to break it down. There's too many ways to break it down. But if I look at the bottom line total, cost to date, $8.4 million that's been reported here for Coconino County. And yes, there's grants and there's reimbursements. But when you look at the total investment, and I coined this an investment, not an expense, the investment in navigating this pandemic for us so far, $8.4 million. And of course, that was really important. I also want to call out our joint public information team, the JIC, public information, everything that you've seen in newspapers and social media, press releases, have come from this team of professionals that have taken, a lot of different thoughts. Sometimes it's like, please help us sort this out. I'm thinking this, and Kim is nodding because she probably said, I want to say this, help me say it, and help me say it coherently and accurately and organized. And so our kudos to the Joint Information Center, the Public Information Team for doing this, and our liaison officers who help us connect with everyone. Liaison is how do we interrelate? How do we coordinate our activities? And liaison officers have helped. They've been kind of the glue that helped connect all of us together with communication and activity. And then finally, our planning section. Planning section is just that. How are they looking at supply chain? How are we looking at facilities? How are we looking at operational periods? And so for those of us who had incident command training years ago, we got to refine it real well this past year. And then finally, I want to end with one last group, incident command. And so Kim has been serving as the incident commander for a good part of this incident, and all of the others who comprise this group, credit to this group for helping us get to where we're at today. We're not over yet. The public health emergency continues. And that's an important piece to say, is that we're not saying that the public health declaration is over. We're just saying that we're phasing as a result of guidance and numbers. And if you look at our trends, they have been trending in the right direction. We also want to acknowledge the sovereign nations of our tribal nations here within Coconino County and their efforts to mitigate and to take this incidence down to a very manageable level. So again, credit and acknowledgement to all of our tribal partners and sovereign nations here within Coconino County. And so again, I just pulled off bits and pieces from the incident report. I know that our daily reporting on this issue is going to be going to weekly. And so we know that if things change, and we certainly hope they do not change, that we will go back in a different direction. But at this point in time, Mr. Chair, we do feel that this is the right track that we're taking at this moment in time. And so the next slide, Kim. So I'm going to probably, with the chair's permission, I want to ask Supervisor Horstman to make a few comments related to the business incentive campaign. And again, with your permission, Mr. Chair.
And she's on phone at this point. So Patrice, if you could.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I'm in my Uber, so I'm on my way to the airport. And thank you so much for the information, Stephen. I think it's so important to underscore that the public health emergency remains in effect. This is following the science. It's also so important that we get the members of our community, and quite frankly, this whole country, vaccinated. And so to do that, we have been working with Kim and Alex to start encouraging our businesses to join the county in this effort by offering an incentive plan. And I know you'll be talking about it, and I see in the PowerPoint there's a a picture of it, but the campaign is called Be a Big Shot. And we are in the process of contacting our local businesses to have them join the county by the businesses offering an incentive program for members of our community who show that they have in fact been vaccinated to come into their establishment and to be rewarded for being a good community member and for being a big shot. So I know that Kim can probably talk about this very specifically, and Alex on what the county is doing, but we are encouraging our businesses to join us for our big shots here throughout Coconino County. So thank you, County Manager. I appreciate the input, and I hope my fellow supervisors will join us. I know I've already talked to Supervisor Vasquez and others, and I look forward for all of us to reach out to our business owners to be part of this whole process. We need to get everyone vaccinated so we all can be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a couple more comments. And again, this is voluntary. This is a partnership with businesses that seek to participate. By no means are we preferring businesses over one another. We're just opening this up as a another dimension of a public health campaign. And oftentimes public health campaigns do involve the private sector and businesses. And so this would be an extension of that. Kim, did you want to have anything to add on this?
I don't think so.
Alex is here
I just think that one of the things, as Supervisor Horstman indicated, would look to the other supervisors to approach their communities, because we would love to get all of our cities and towns on board with entertaining this as something that they're willing to provide to our community and to incentivize others, including those who are visiting our communities. We're obviously a huge tourist destination, and I think that that also adds to the ongoing health and safety of those who are coming to our communities to visit. Thank you.
I believe the Vice Chair had a question.
Oh, you have a question, Lena? Go for it.
I don't have a question, but I just would like to suggest that we include our economic development manager. Early on, as you all know, when this pandemic hit, we started meeting with our businesses, and we have an ongoing conversation throughout the whole county. And so I think that this can be presented and have a business, have Chris, our county economic development manager, call the businesses together again and have a conversation about this campaign with the businesses. So we already have a mechanism set in place, which we did within, and NAU has done our surveys with the group, and so it is across the board that we're trying to work with all the businesses that in Coconino County, and actually even beyond Coconino County. So I think this campaign might be good to be introduced at that meeting. Thank you.
And we have shared this with Chris Pastors, and so to follow your guidance, Supervisor Fowler, that's an excellent point. And again, this is the energy that we want to translate and to spill over to just the public health campaign. There's so many opportunities to continue to message all of the things that we talked about in a campaign. And so public health is famous for this, and we want to really kind of jump on this wagon with public health. And so again, you can see the text here, honoring those who were in and continue to be diligent in implementing mitigation measures, encouraging mask wearing. We cannot require it, of course, because we're changing that today, and CDC has provided that guidance, and continue to facilitate vaccine access when individuals are ready to be vaccinated. And I know one of the bullets on the incident report, Mr. Chair, was that we're going to be incorporating COVID vaccines into our annual vaccine program. And that we can actually do multiple. I think I'll say it wrong, so you can go ahead and tell me what the technical term on that is.
Yeah, well, I probably don't have the technical term that I'm going to get right, but ultimately now the guidance indicates that you can actually previously, the guidance was not to get a COVID vaccine if you had just had another vaccine recently, and now that has been removed. And in fact, it's a really important piece for public health going forward. We're looking to not only continue to get COVID vaccines out there to our community, and especially as the age is now 12 and older for Pfizer vaccine, likely to be going the same direction with Moderna here in the near future, and potentially even younger, while we're targeting those populations, also impressing upon the need to get, in particular, our children and any of us adults who may be behind in some of our regular immunizations and vaccinations. And now those can be co-administered, there's the term, Steve, co-administered at the same time as a COVID vaccine. You can get other immunizations and vaccinations. So we're going to be working with our clinic staff and really looking to our schools and other family settings as we look at those opportunities to really protect overall public health and safety while continuing to battle COVID.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. So again, the public health campaign will continue to message. We will be actually also adding some of this messaging at our facilities. We are the owner operator of public venues, including Fort Tuthill, some of our parks. I know that throughout the county, although we are still respectful that the jurisdiction of Yellowman State Park in Tuba City is under the Navajo Nation jurisdiction, not Coconino County. And so working with other jurisdictions to make sure that that our implementation respects those jurisdictional differences. And so the ongoing health campaign will continue. And then finally, the recommended action is to motion to approve resolution 2124, rescinding the county's face mask proclamation effective June 1st of 2021. This action will support the continued alignment of all county protocols with CDC guidance surrounding mask use and mitigation of COVID-19. I believe, Kim, is there another slide on the reentry?
No, Steve, there is not.
Okay.
I guess what I would just ask is, going back to the prior screen with respect to the ongoing public health campaign, I just wanted to note on the signage, so the plan is to be putting, and this is in cooperation with facilities, taking the lead on this, signage to the buildings that are kind of a little bit more timeless with respect to
so Kim, let me grab you for a second. Hey, Patrice, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You know what I want to do? We're going to follow up on the information, but I think Patrice is hanging in there to go with the motion here. So
yes, I would like to do that.
So what we have before us is consideration to approve resolution 2021-24, rescinding the county's face mask proclamation effective June 1, 2021. I need a motion to do so.
I would like to make that motion.
I think Lena beat you, Patrice. Would you like that second there?
All right. I will take that as a second.
Okay. And then any comments from the board?
Yes, if I may. If I may.
Please, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I think it's extremely important that the public understand we're following the science. We're following CDC guidelines. That's what this county has done all along. Having said that, it is still important that for the businesses and the general public to understand they can, at their own, as they feel most comfortable with, continue to recommend or in individual sense to wear masks. And this is mostly a business matter, and individual businesses can make that decision, just like we as individuals, now that this mask ordinance is being withdrawn, can make our own decision to continue to wear a mask as we feel comfortable. So thank you, Chair.
All right, you're welcome. Other board members?
Sure, I'd just like to reiterate that while we are looking to rescind the mask ordinance, we do want to recommend that people keep using social distancing and different precautions. especially if you haven't been vaccinated, please get vaccinated. We're doing well. As you saw in the numbers, we're up there in the state, but we're still not to that level that we need to get. So please get vaccinated so that way, as we go and start removing some of these precautions, it's safe for everybody, because ultimately that's what we want. So thank you.
Other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It is just a year ago, we were wondering, I think we were still in a chaotic mode. How are we going to address this? What are we going to do? We're still trying to learn more. We established meeting with the cities and towns, all the businesses, and really use the social media to get the message out on wearing masks, washing your hands, using sanitizers, and really and then soon the shutdown came, and to just stay home, and everybody had to go home, and our whole county, the employees, came to a point where they were able to figure out and how best way to continue working from home, which all of them have done, and being able to still provide services through this whole pandemic. Now we're at a point where we're saying that we can, rescind this proclamation that we did, and the board took action. And now we're at a point where we are rescinding 1 year later. However, I would encourage everyone and all the businesses to really join us once again. We've gone through this together. We did not, this county has moved together with all our partners, with the businesses and towns and cities. And now we're at a point where we need to take precaution, but at the same time, we need to rescind this proclamation, and we help us to encourage others to get their shots and to wear their mask, especially if they have a health issue, and make sure that they get their shots. So thank you. I want to just thank all the staff and our county residents and the businesses and cities and towns for working with us, and NAU and Coconino community colleges, all the schools. And we even we organized the meeting with the school superintendents on a regular basis. We organized, and it was the staff that put all of that together. And I want to thank all of them for being so proactive and making sure that we knew we had the right information and being able to deliver it correctly and being able to get it to all facets of our community. So thank you so much.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, great comments. And, I'll follow up a lot of the same comments, but truly, as you went through the list of what our staff did, Steve, and our partners, just fantastic. Everybody rallying together. Again, reaching out to our public. It's one of those things. Everything you ever needed to know, you learned in kindergarten. Wash your hands. Wear your mask. That it's that, or maybe you learned in your biology classes or history. But it does make sense to have safe practices and to vaccinate, and we encourage everybody to do, and we'll continue to work on it. So I wanted to get the vote in for the sake of Supervisor Horstman. We can continue following up with the presentation. So I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And so motion carries unanimously. We still have Supervisor Horstman on the phone here, and a lot of great work. That'll help people, but safe practices. So let's go swing back to presentation, and Steve.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, we'll also, the reentry policy was administrative, and so we have made changes to that. We'll be distributing that out to our employees. But again, I think the big takeaway there is it will begin our efforts targeting around July 1st. and making those efforts, because it's important. You know, when this began, we you know, there's so much that's in it. We had to look at our roles in different ways. And so, you know, our role as the public health authority, you know, businesses and jurisdictions and cities and towns rely on the county for that kind of expertise and guidance. And so that was an important role to fill, and I think we filled it very, very well. And then we also had the role of being the operator and owner of event venues. And so, so that was another role that we played. And then the other role that we played is being the employer to 1,100 individuals, dedicated team members here at the county that have done everything for us this past year and more. And I think we also need to acknowledge that we've all experienced loss from COVID. This organization lost a valuable team member, Alta Edison. We've all experienced personal losses as a result of this. And we want to remember and honor those individuals and hold them in our hearts and our memories, because again, this year has been, you know, one that we don't want to repeat ever again. But at the same time, we also want to know that, as I said, and you've reiterated, and our emphasis today is that, you know, this is not over. This is a major milestone that has been met, but by no means is this journey over yet. And we want to continue to do all the work that we can in order for this to transition to a different state. And so with that and the actions of the board, the actions of the staff, and then of course, working with our team and the community, you know, I think we've got good guidance going forward. And so I just wanted to end my conversation by saying to Kim, did I do okay in making the presentation for you?
Absolutely, Steve. Thank you so much. I appreciated the being able to sit back and listen to all the things that have been going through my head. So thank you again. I really appreciate your support and the support of all the board. And if I could just again want to express my appreciation to the staff, the employees of the entire county who have helped us along the way, all of the HHS, Incident Command, Parks and Rec, Public Works staff who have helped us as we have been doing our response, as we're going to continue to be responding. As was stated, we're not done yet. We're still in a public health emergency. Our teams continue to run the numbers, and thank goodness they keep presenting to us week by week here as of late. Good numbers, things that are really exciting, that we are finally to a path forward. So thank you, board, and thank you, County Manager Steve, for your comments and for your presentation. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Chair, that concludes the item for your consideration this morning.
Well, I'm not sure. Kim was showing us a really special sign and I cut her off at that point. Did we get your sign stuff together, Kim?
Oh, I apologize, Chair Ryan. What I was just indicating on that, and if Erica can probably pull it back up, I just wanted to point out that with the change in alignment with CDC, working with facilities, we've been identifying signage that can be on all of our buildings that's kind of a little more timeless, if you will, that says, please have a face covering as per the CDC guidelines. You know, maintaining our proper social distancing, which is a good practice regardless of COVID, keeping those distances, and of course, cleaning and washing our hands, as you said, Chair Ryan, about us. You know, we learned that back in kindergarten, hopefully even before kindergarten. So we don't want to stop some of these things, but what we want to do is have the public be noticed, but then understand not everybody knows what the current CDC guidelines are, except for those that are live, eat, and breathe it on a daily basis. So having those choosing safer activities, those kinds of visuals, so that people know where things currently reside with respect to the guidance and the expectations of those who may not be fully vaccinated, who have just the need to continue to wear face masks to feel safe. And as that changes, we can update the CDC guidance to coordinate with the signage. And then in worst case scenario, if we have to go backward at any point in time, we can do the same in that direction as well. But going forward, we're hopeful that we continue down the positive path that we are on because of everyone's actions, and keep looking out there for all those opportunities to get vaccinated and to answer the questions that people may still have about vaccination and what is right for them. So thank you, Chair Ryan, that's all.
All right, fantastic. And so as you said, Steve, that concludes the presentation on this. good job, Steve. You're almost up to Kim level, but actually, I think you did a great job, and y'all work together. So it's wonderful, as everybody always has. And yeah, and we keep learning new words. We if you're not messing up and getting tongue tied on epidemiologists, now we have what are we doing? Our application of co-administered, So yeah, I'm co-administered. I've got the badge. So anyway, really good health practices. Really appreciate everything that happened with that. Let me just check in with the board, see if there's any other comments. I do believe Lindsay was updating me that Patrice was checking out. I think she's off at this point. So just note it for the sake of record. We still have Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo. Do you have any additional comments you would like to make?
I'd just like to thank the staff for their hard work and all their diligence in working through this COVID over the last year. And just remind the community that, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not quite there yet. So please stay vigilant. Please encourage vaccinations to the community, because the more folks that get vaccinated, the safer it'll be for all of us. So thank you.
Absolutely. And Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, the different, like the counties and then there's tribes. And Navajo Nation is going to stay with their emergency orders. And so, we just have to be respectful with other decisions from local governments, such as all the tribes that we have in Coconino County and throughout the country. And just again, have please everyone get your shots, and so that you can be safe and your family can be safe, and at the same time be, and wear your mask when it's necessary. And it's just good practice right now, and continue to wash your hands and the hand sanitizer as well. So thank you so much. And I want to thank again the staff and everybody that has worked on this. Thank you.
All right. So just checking in, Steve, I think we're pretty much at wrap for the morning. Is that what you're thinking, or do you have
Yes,
any?
sir. No, that
okay.
concludes the morning session.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll adjourn this session, and then we'll reconvene at 1:15 after lunch. So thank you everybody for hanging in there and working together with us. See y'all at 1:15.
Colleen or Claire?
I hear you.
Matt is over on the participant side or the attendee side. Can you pull him over?
I can.
Thank you.
Oh, it looks like Lindsay might have just.
Oh, did someone do it? Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Juanita, thank you for letting me in.
We were considering, we were debating.
That's good.
Let's see, I think we're waiting on, I think we're all here, sir.
Yeah, cool. Okay, let's just do a real quick check-in. So we're reconvening our meeting today. And let's see, we should have Vice Chair Lena Fowler. Da-da-da-da. Are you out there, Lena? Not hearing Lena. Let's you know, I see you up there, Lena. We're waiting on you. So let's check in with Geronimo. Are you there, Geronimo?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, fantastic. And do we have,
I'm here.
okay, fantastic. So we got to keep Lena, Geronimo, and I together. We're the quorum, okay? So this will work out just fine. And look at this. We've moved on in our agenda. Da-da-da-da. We're on item 42. Presentation. Hey, Lena.
Crisis, he said the next time.
Lena.
Hold on.
Okay, we're ready.
Good. Got the mute. Good. Okay, fantastic.
I'm here,
yeah,
Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
No, you were.
I was trying to get them unmute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fantastic. That's what I was going to tell you. You weren't unmuted and talking. Okay, presentation, discussion, update, and possible direction regarding the American ARP funding for ARP. If the other ARP is what it might be, huh?
ARPA.
So
Should be ARPA. It's the Act. American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA.
Yeah, I saw that from CSA. It's like, we haven't been putting that A in there.
Yeah.
All right. Steve Peru, County Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We're providing today an update. For scheduling purposes, though, it's going to be a briefer update than originally anticipated. And so we intend to just provide a little bit of recent information, some background information. Lucinda and Erica Shaw will be providing, but a little bit of background. Of course, a couple months ago, counties were notified as a result of the American Rescue Plan Act that local governments and counties and cities would be receiving funding for a variety of purposes. The original guidelines as it came out identified several major groupings, if you will, of areas to provide support to. And that's an important comment that I want to make, because when we originally learned of the American Rescue Plan Act, we had taken some steps to suggest categories to you. And while those categories we feel do cover a variety of issue areas and issue topics within the county, when the act came out itself, it was more limiting than we had anticipated. And so, example of that, as a result of that, though, there's an opportunity to provide some feedback to Treasury, and I'll let Lucinda report on those conversations because it will be, somewhat of an advocacy effort to voice feedback to Treasury on some of the areas that we feel were directly impacted as a result of COVID, but were not, not necessarily spelled out specifically in the guidelines. And so, as I said, we will be mounting a pretty aggressive advocacy effort to make that known. We've been connecting to state partners, of course, and of course NACO as well. And so that's going to be an important part of the discussion. The time frame for the act, of course, funding is beginning to be released. The area or the period covered with some of the parts of the act takes place from March of 21 going forward. The last period of time by which to obligate the funds is December 31st of 2024. And then the last date by which those funds, once they're obligated, have to be spent by is December of 2026. And so we do have an extended period of time. Internally, we have formed a working group that will be expanded to include representatives, excuse me, a representative from our elected officials, as well as representation from our appointed department heads. Of course, finance is very much involved as due to some of the financial opportunities within the act itself. And so we'll also be including communications. And so again, a small working group, and we'll be getting on a routine, if not a weekly discussion or appointment so that we can track the changes to the law as we get them and roll them out. So I think at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Lucinda and Erica, and they will be providing some slides to go over with you, Mr. Chair, with your permission.
That will work well.
All right, good afternoon,
Good afternoon, Lucinda.
Chair and board members. Continuing process here with the American Rescue Plan with an update today. We're continually seeing additional clarification relative to the guidance. And I think that it's important to understand that we expect to continue to see that for some time. As Steve mentioned, we are working actively with both CSA and with NACO to provide comments in. Comments are going to be accepted by the Treasury Department up until July 9th. So there'll be actually a communication going out either later today or first thing tomorrow morning to all of the departments, directors and elected officials. That will include the information that's shared with you today, as well as a really great piece that NACO just got out to us yesterday, got out to the counties late yesterday, where they've gone through the guidance and provided some more definition, I would say, or defining. Really, NACO's really stepped into this arena and has been communicating very frequently with the executive level of the Treasury. And in fact, we've raised this question. A specific question has been, to date, we haven't seen anything relative to impacts on the criminal justice system, particularly the courts and those related activities. And through CSA communication with Matt Chase at NACO, he directly had a conversation with the Treasury, and they are now they're looking into that. It's like, oh yes, we could understand that there could have been an impact. So we're working with them on that and gaining information from our courts and folks here locally to better help understand what those impacts are, and hopefully will influence the guidance positively. So that's just a great example, but we're reaching out to departments and also asking for input. Are there other things other impacts that maybe we haven't noticed or identified yet that should be included in the comments back to Treasury? So bear that in mind as we go through this. So my sense is we may well see input through August from Treasury as to the guidance. So first, what I'd like to share today is just the overall agenda. We're going to walk through some of the key pieces from the interim final rule. That's the guidance that's coming from Treasury is considered an interim final rule. And share with you the eligible expenditures as defined again to date, and those fall into some specific categories that we're going to walk through. And as Steve mentioned, we had kind of defined some broader categories before receiving the guidance. And it's clear that those will likely, I'll say, condense or narrow up to some extent, and that the framework that we'll be using for decision making will ultimately reflect that. So we'll walk through that with you today and then update you on staff activities and other kind of preparatory work that's taking place, and then the overall process. So Erica, the next slide here. The funding horizon updates. We've added 2 components, and we'll share this with you. This is the larger funding horizon that shows all the different types of potential existing funding related to COVID and other federal initiatives, funding initiatives, including, the American Jobs Plan, the American Families Plan, a number of others. 2 that we've added to that overall funding horizon are the American Families Plan proposal, which is a $1.8 trillion proposal. A lot of focus there on education, child poverty, affordable child care, paid and family medical leave, extending that. And this isn't just related to COVID. This is more broad. This is a much broader initiative being proposed by the Biden administration. And in addition to that, they have announced this America the Beautiful, which is a kind of the development of a conservation report and setting of some specific goals. The overarching goal, we haven't seen a lot of detail yet, but the overarching goal is to increase the number of lands conserved, lands and waters conserved by 30% by 2030. And so far, we haven't seen any specific legislation or details on that, but that's something we know that our communities will have an interest in, certainly, and the board's always had an interest in. So, Erica, next slide. Now moving to the interim final rule. This is the Treasury guidance that has begun to come out over the last couple of weeks. And again, we'll be continuing. Public comment is going to be accepted through July 9th. And again, we're working on that. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. The timeline, we've had additional clarity provided in terms of the timeline. Funds must, they say incurred, it's actually how we would frame it, I think, is obligated. The funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024. So in effect, you would need to make your decisions and obligate those funds to specific projects or programs no later than December 31st, 2024. The funds must be expended and all work performed or completed by December 31st, 2026. So there are additional 2 years. So in effect, we've got 5 years, 3 years to obligate and 5 years to expend. So technically, if you obligated something in August, there would be 5 years to expend that. So as we look at this, we'll probably be looking at what's the annually, what are we defining in terms of annually what may be obligated to a specific project or a program. And in addition to that, counties, there is a provision, and we'll talk about that provision in a minute, about premium pay that can be retroactive. So what's important to understand is the period for all costs except for the premium pay. They have to begin March 3rd, 2021, and then any costs incurred up through 12/31/2026. So costs incurred prior to March 3rd, 2021. So anytime from that, when the original emergency was set on January 27th, 2020, costs between January 27th, 2020 and March 3rd, 2021 are not eligible for these funds except for retroactive premium pay. And we'll come back and talk about what premium pay is in a minute here. And then there, of course, are a number of things that are articulated in the guidance relative to reporting. There will be a first interim report deadline by the end of August, and then quarterly reports required after that. And they're expecting to have some additional guidelines on reporting that'll come out. But important to understand that if the board were to obligate funds to a program that was, let's say, managed by a nonprofit, the county still remains responsible for the reporting to the federal government. So that reporting responsibility will lie with the county, irrespective of, I'd say, the recipient of the ultimate funds. Not that they may not be involved in that, and we will need to articulate what is required of them in that agreement, of course, whether it's an MOU or an IGA. Next slide here. ARP funding categories. Now, this is the funding categories that specifically come from the guidance coming out of the act itself. Go ahead. So there are several categories. The first category is public health response. And you can see here it's identified some areas within public health response, COVID-19 public health response, that are eligible uses of the funds. So, and I want to note that there is a lot of discussion within the act and therefore the guidance about equity-focused services and disparities in public health outcomes and identifying communities that were disproportionately impacted by COVID. And so that is going to underlie a number of these categories within ARP, that factor. And you'll see here that this premium pay, the payroll and covered benefits, for county public safety employees as well as public health employees that were dedicated to the pandemic. So that relates to this, those costs and this premium pay element as well, which I think we're going to still have another slide on that. Go ahead to the next slide. Another broad category under the guidance, identified in the guidance and the act, is the negative economic impacts. So, and this includes a number of things, many that we saw earlier in the CARES Act, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofit support, aid to impacted industries, which does include tourism and tourism-related businesses, rehiring local government employees that may have been laid off or furloughed, during the pandemic, and other types of assistance, and improving the efficacy of the economic relief programs that are in place. So, next slide. Negative economic impacts, to continue here. We're looking at this services provided in the qualified census tracts, and again, back to this disproportionately impacted communities. And these are the actual census tracts. Erica, can you share with the board which those tracts are that are identified? So in effect, they really want you to focus in on these specific census tracts that are identified, really relational to poverty levels, what they're relational to. So Erica, in terms of those specific ones, do you have those in front of you?
Sorry, Lucinda, I will work on pulling that up for you.
Okay, that's fine. We can go on and then come back to that. Investment in housing and neighborhoods. Again, it's relational to these qualified census tracts. One of the other elements is addressing educational disparities, and that relates to schools that are identified in high poverty areas. I believe that there's a different listing that is relational to that. But again, looking at where do these disparities have impacts, and then promoting healthy childhood environments. So what this brings me back to as an example is we heard from the superintendent of schools about the impacts that occurred during COVID, and the social emotional impacts as well as learning impacts, of course, that took place. And this is part of the eligibility does incorporate in many of these types of areas for education related eligibility for expenditures. So next slide. And then premium pay for essential workers. Again, this could predate the March 3rd. This actually can go back to the January 27th, 2020. There is the opportunity to look at the wages for those that performed essential work, and including public safety, public health, and those related activities. And again, that could be retroactive. So, and there's some levels have been set in terms of the maximum level that can be compensated during that time frame. We haven't looked at this specifically and what this may mean, but this is an eligible expense under the guidance. So, to the next slide. Chair, did you have a?
Yeah, actually, I'm just pausing for a minute. So what we're looking for is the general description. I can see this being more under state component of dealing with it, although we might have one or two areas that fit under the county related to it, but allocations out to say, a sector that's being impacted, typically that's a state role versus what we do. Is that, you're looking at general guidance? Is that what I'm looking at?
This is all specifically related to the local government and tribal funds. This is all specific, right? This is all eligible. These are the eligible criteria, the eligible categories. So, of which premium pay for essential workers really falls under that COVID-19 public health response.
Right.
It's really a component of that, and just has to, any premium pay has to relate back to that those specific activities.
Okay. So. Thank you.
Next slide. Another category under the guidance that's eligible for funding relates to calculating the lost revenue, and I think we've spoken to this because this was identified in the act itself. Is that counties have the opportunity to calculate on an entity-wide basis, and there's a specific methodology laid out for this, how to go about calculating any lost revenue that was incurred by that jurisdiction. And in this case, it would be our county. And you have to calculate it at various points in time. And then you look at what that difference is in terms of your lost revenue. And the interesting thing with this lost revenue calculation is that once you've made that calculation, again, following the guidance and the methodology, those funds are more broadly available to use for a wide range of government services. Pretty much any provision of government services. There are some restrictions. You can't use it to pay off debt. You can't use it to pay off pension debt. There are a handful of restrictions, but it's pretty limited. So finance is in a process now starting to work through to calculate what was the lost revenue that we, Coconino County, sustained, including all of our funds. So transportation fund, public health, fee funds, all those different types of funds. What has been the lost revenue as a result of COVID. So they're in a process of doing that now. And that's very important because this money is the most flexible money that is available, that is coming through the ARP. So next slide. And then another category within these kind of 4 to 5 broader categories under the guidance and within the act investments in infrastructure, but they've been pretty specific about the infrastructure. It's interesting. They've really specifically noted water, sewer, and broadband, and that the water projects and sewer projects have to be in alignment with the criteria for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And then there's a Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. And we're pulling those criteria right now to see what criteria have to be met to qualify for that. Those funds are using that same criteria for those types of projects. But in addition, they've identified some other projects, including they identified stormwater runoff, or what we would term flood control, water pollution, which goes back to clean water, although primarily focused on sewage systems and sewer improvements, and some level of green infrastructure that would support stormwater resiliency, including like rain gardens and green streets. So some of these were less perhaps applicable to our county, given our more rural nature. But certainly, as had been noted before, we had identified a couple of very important sewer and water projects that are necessary at Fort Tuthill. And we're going to be looking at that revolving fund criteria and seeing would they potentially meet that criteria. So one of the other ones that's within this category, go to the next slide as well. Before we get to broadband, though, also is it mentions watershed pilot projects, and we're not sure quite what that means yet. We haven't seen much specific detail to that. We're going to be asking for more detail for that specifically to understand if that would potentially include forest restoration, because certainly that improves watersheds for the production of water and ensures water quality, of course, too, in many communities, because post-wildfire flooding can certainly impact water systems. Then the last item under infrastructure is broadband. Big focus on broadband, fair amount of detail there about what can be, what areas can be served based on the current capacity of the broadband, and that the projects, must be, to go to 100 megabytes. You've got to make sure that you're bringing a real important, a good quality product to that area. So, be working with IT and starting to identify, and I think they've done a fair amount of work already identifying what areas are underserved, unserved or underserved, of which we know we have many throughout the county, many rural areas. So a lot of opportunity there. Very specific support for broadband. And then there's a fund within ARP. As you'll recall, we referred to it as the Public Lands Counties Fund. There's a set of funding that's identified within ARP that's to be targeted to public lands counties. At this stage, we have not received any specific guidance. What we're just recently saw from NACO is that they don't expect to have the guidance out on this specific element of ARP till later this year. Hopefully within the next month, we'll get a better sense about what later next year means, but it looks like that guidance won't be forthcoming for a while. That guidance will include how is those funds actually distributed. How will they identify how much does each county receive? Is it based on the typical HELP formula or SRS formula that we've seen historically or not, or will they come up with a different formula? We don't know that yet. So obviously we'll be keeping a close eye out for that, because we do believe we'll have expenditures that could potentially qualify for this, since we utilize particularly the SRS funding and in some very specific ways already. So next slide. Ineligible uses, there are some things identified here. You cannot match federal funds with federal funds. So if we got a grant through another mechanism, let's say that covered 75% of that cost and 25% was supposed to be covered by the county through that gap, couldn't take these federal funds and match that federal gap. We couldn't make up that 25%. That's important to understand. As I mentioned earlier, you can't fund debt service and there can't fund legal settlements, et cetera. So can't put it into a rainy day fund. You must expend the funds. It's interesting in terms of the recoupment of funds. They're very clear that if you don't expend the funds either by the guidelines or if you don't recoup, if you don't use the funds within that timeframes that have been identified, again, obligate by 2024, utilize by 2026, that they will ask you to repay those funds back to the federal government. So we would have to pay back. That's what recoupment means, is to pay back those funds if they're not used appropriately or if they're not used within the timeframes. Next slide. And then what has staff been doing? Lots of different efforts underway. Again, pursuing the clarification. Both Claire and Erica have both been sitting in on all the sessions. NACO's done a great job, as has the White House, with setting up. There's typically 2 to 3 to 4 sessions a week with Treasury on diving more deeply into the guidance and discussion points. So that's been really, really helpful. As I mentioned, this communication will be going out later today. Early tomorrow, we'll be surveying the departments. We'll be providing the information relative to the guidance that we have to date, and then asking departments to identify COVID-related impacts that they may have sustained, some of which obviously we'll probably be aware of, some we may not be aware of that they sustained. And then we want to specifically look at public health, given a big focus of the ARP is related to public health and funding the response, continuing to fund the response. And we really want to look at those, where are the gaps in those services and needs, and working closely obviously with HHS to identify where are those gaps. And as you're aware, health HHS has been very successful in bringing in some additional grants over the last several months. And again, we can't supplant those, we can't match those, but in looking at those, what gaps still remain, and could we fund through ARP so that the board is aware of those and can consider that in this process. And then again, we also want to identify what's not in the interim, in this interim rule, in terms of being COVID-related impacts that have not been included, such as criminal justice impacts. Are there other impacts that we need to be advocating be included in consideration? And we're already started down the path to advocate for criminal justice, and we'll continue to do so related to that specifically. But through this survey, we may identify again some others that were not identified in the IFR and that we want to advocate to get included in there. So, which we may or may not be successful, but at least we want to make sure that we're doing the advocacy. And then finances, of course, focusing on calculating the lost revenue, and again, also looking at, are there impacts that perhaps we have not identified before, were not identified in the IFR. So next slide. The decision-making process, this just kind of outlines, we had a timeline that we have laid out to you prior, and this kind of outlines that decision-making process. We have developed a draft purpose statement and principles. You've seen, at least initially, the principles. We'll also share the draft purpose statement with you shortly, and then be having that discussion We have a 2 more hours scheduled with the board to have discussion about ARP before the recess. And we'll be discussing those with you. And also presenting the ARP kind of funding framework based on this interim final rule. Again, the categories that we had originally identified were much broader, and we're really going to focus this framework now based on the guidance. So we'll be bringing that back to you at the next meeting as well. And then going through and starting to look at how do we align. Some things may very obviously align with the categories that were just shared under the ARP guidance. Some are very obvious, some of like broadband and the broadband initiatives that we've been pursuing clearly would probably fall under that and could be considered for the board for funding. Other things that may not be as clear, we may need to get more clarification. But we believe there's a number of departmental needs and service provision needs that were identified through the budget process that would fit within these categories, and we'll start identifying that alignment. And then going through and identifying those individual projects and looking at the feasibility of some of those. Some are probably pretty straightforward. There's already a process in place. And then others we may have to develop those projects, working with partners, et cetera. So, and move through that project prioritization and having that rolling approval process. Again, some things the board may say, hey, we're really comfortable going ahead and putting funds toward these items now earlier in the process, and then looking at other types of projects deeper into the process where they need more information. So I think that concludes the presentation. Certainly, that's a lot of information, and we'll be sending out to the board. You'll be included in the communication that goes out. All the materials from, you certainly got the presentation already, but the rest of the remaining materials, as well as this NACO piece, they developed a piece in reviewing the guidance, very helpful piece, as well as the guidance itself. We'll send that out if you want to delve into it more deeply, but I think this gives you a reasonably good overview. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Let's swing back for comments or questions. Looks like Geronimo is popping up. Do you want to go, or do you want us to start? Where do you want to go, Geronimo?
I guess I could start.
Okay.
It's really, I'm really grateful that we now have a little more clarification and guidance on what can and cannot be done. And so I'm really looking forward to see what the staff recommends around those different buckets and different areas. In order for me to really understand the areas that they focused, I would really like to see what census tracts were provided as the focus areas, because that's really going to determine what things potentially could look like. And so I think until we have that information, it's going to be a little difficult to start making plans moving forward. So if we could get that, I would really appreciate it.
Erica, were you able to bring that up?
Well, no, please wait a minute. We'll get that information because I know we've got other board members that are not here, so we want to be able to provide that, to you all, because I want to double check that county-wide reach of the census tracts, just to ensure that we're catching all of the ones in Coconino County, entire Coconino County, not necessarily those that are closest to Flagstaff. So
no, I appreciate that. I'm no rush to get the census tracts, but for me, the missing piece of this presentation was that specific what those tracks are. So for me to understand better and be able to think to the next level, the next step or whatnot, I would need that information, and I'll leave that in your hands on when we get it. So thank you.
And it's important to understand that not all of the funds have to be targeted just to those census tracts, but some of the types of funding, the justification does need to relate back. So there is some flexibility there as well. some it's overall countywide services, right? Like the public health services, for example. So.
No, I think the guidelines are really helpful, and I'm really excited with the way that it's set up. And it's more of my interest in seeing what are those tracks for those specific areas that you mentioned, that those tracks were targeting public health disparities, some of the public safety areas and whatnot. And that's something that I follow and I'm really interested in. And so it's just more of excitement on my part to see what are those specific target areas in our county that the federal government's saying that we can address through some of this funding. Not all of it, obviously, because we have so many different areas to address in the different buckets. But I really think that we can have a significant impact on poverty in those specific census tracts. And so I'm just excited to see what kind of opportunities we have and how our staff can be creative to really have maximal impact in those areas. Thank you.
Lena?
Thank you. Yeah, we've been having, different committee meetings with NACO, and the theme through all the meetings on the ARP has been racial equality, serving the underserved. What are those needs? That's where the major impacts have happened. So again, we're still studying this. There's still some questions that are unanswered. And there are some counties that have already approved the budget, and a lot of them is in housing, rental assistance, the food banks, nutrition assistance, childcare, just the various parts. And that's been, the common theme throughout the country. And that's where we need to see how we're going to be able to do this. And then also, what can we do in partnership with our cities and towns if there's a way that we can, put a program together there, and also with maybe with tribes, or we're not sure how we can do this. We don't know yet, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. We were just in a meeting yesterday, having the same conversation and looking at the guidelines, and there were still areas that could not be answered. So, but I do appreciate all your research and more information and more definitions and other, the meaning of these programs. They're so broad. How do you, where is it there? So anyway, but I do thank you for your research and putting this together. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I don't know, find my mute button. There we go. So, the things that pop into my head, one is it's refined quite a bit. A lot of our budgets were discussions associated with, potential. So the potential's been modified. It begs for implications associated with it. We set a budget. We're ready with a budget. By the same token, where we referred to this opportunity, obviously we're going to have to work on refinement of application, which is a big piece. Pieces that I think about as I look at this, which, it's kind of like an emergency. It begs for almost a specialized financial team, and the applications associated with it. A, to keep us accountable and use it correctly, but B, be able to pivot quickly when we have opportunity, because these, it looks like a huge time window, but it really isn't, and so how do you fit in associated with it? And so that fits well with what we have going versus what are our opportunities for project analysis. What types of projects would they be? Part of the analysis component is, understanding the definition of loss, and then seeing where we may or may not have applied that loss component. And then if we do it, then we can pivot and adjust associated with that. Obviously the partnerships is a good one. First and foremost, start with us, then what are our chances? How can we work together? Where are we coordinated? The opportunities, you go a little bit more broadly of, okay, so they've refined infrastructure to very refined, and yet by the same token, there are potential applications that maybe we've been involved in, maybe we haven't, but we might have an opportunity for associated with it. How does it play into flood control? What have we done with our sewer lines and opportunities associated with that? And then it goes to the original discussion where you were wandering into what Geronimo brought up and Lena. Some of it's census tract based, but I hear a general description of unserved areas, which like broadband may not be census tracts, but might be unserved. We're a rural area. What do we do associated with that? So there are different ways to play this, and where can we apply it that it makes sense, and see what our opportunities are. So, they're my, quick gestalt, as I see what you're presenting and hearing it. But we, obviously a lot more work. They are limiting us more so than we ever anticipated. Although, that was probably our suspicion in the origins of the initial discussions of this. They're probably going to refine it, but it sounds broad. So let's listen to broad. Now we need to readjust. So that is about what I have. Go ahead, Lena.
How do we serve areas or help in areas where there are no nonprofits, no partners to partner with? And so how do we address that? Not all the nonprofits, they're not, they serve a certain area, very targeted missions. And so we have to be careful who we're going to partner with, and not, usually nonprofits have been coming before us and telling us someday we'll be out there, but give us the funding. And that doesn't work in this place, because we're very limited on time, and we want those services out in the communities right away. So I think our departments may have to deliver certain services, and that's where we have to really be thinking across the county and what are the needs that are there.
Good point. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Yes, and so good points, and thanks for your observations from each of the board members. I do want to acknowledge and ask Kim and Siri to go ahead and come live so you can see them. You know who they are, but these individuals are very important to the work of this project, and this is a big project. And you spoke, Mr. Chair, earlier about having the financial expertise and the capacity to manage this. Knowing that there are periodic reports throughout, but also compliance audits. And so the review of this is going to be very important. And then again, excuse me, going back to the discussion on the connection of the act to the cause. And so we're talking COVID related. And again, that was more pronounced than we had originally thought. And also in the guidelines from NACO, it specifically says that this is more focused than CARES was originally. And so given this new reality, we're looking at creating the working group that includes, of course, strong financial analysis, compliance, making sure that every decision we make is within the realm of being audited and in compliance. And that's going to be important. And so we have capacity through series leadership to do that. And then also with Kim's expertise and her team's expertise in managing this event for the last year plus, helping us, making sure that that touch point with the cause is relevant, and it's not, you know, not a stretch, not of if you do this and that and wink twice, you can get to it. No, it has to be pretty on target with regard to its connection to the cause that the act is attempting to address. So again, we have a working group set up. We'll also be inviting a member or two from the appointed leadership, as well as from our constitutional officers, to ensure that we have a broad representation within the area. I'll probably be looking at including some connection with legal compliance in terms of the role of the county, the statutory duties of the county. And so we don't want to overthink it and overbuild the structure to the point where we kind of get, you know, kind of a gridlock, but we do have to have a cross representation of perspectives as we execute on this opportunity. So again, I just wanted to provide those comments to you all. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, again, I'll return to it. It almost makes for a hybridized, you know, emergency operations center type of format. You know, it's a clustering, so to speak, in that way with that expertise. Other comments from the board members? No? Okay. Fantastic. Well, we have more refined understanding and we're just as confused. So sounds good. A lot more work to do here. So thank you on that. So that ends that presentation. That was item number 42. Trying to dig through call through my agenda here. Item number 3 is a discussion, update, and possible direction staff regarding state and federal legislative items. Steve, you were talking about the possibility of, is this when you wanted to hear this? Some agenda items might have shifted or no? You're muted, Steve.
First time today I did that. Darn, I was trying to get through the whole day without being reminded. So, Mr. Chair, we have a variety of things to talk about during this time. Federal and state legislative. Claire Harper's here with us today. Also Todd Medetska. We want to talk about the status of the state budget. We also want to discuss NACO as it relates to some of the federal discussions we have. And I think at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Claire to speak on a couple of topics, and then she's going to hand it over to Todd, I believe. Is that the order, Claire?
We will start with Todd with a state update, and then we'll move on to the federal side. So I will turn it over to Todd Medetska, our state lobbyist with Elevated Advocacy. Thank you, Todd.
Hi, guys. Mr. Chairman, council, or board members, Todd Medetska with Elevated Advocacy. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I guess the first thing I would tell you is that at the end of last week, I said to watch Monday for what was going on. If they dropped bills, it meant that they had the votes and they would be moving very quickly. Well, not only did they drop bills, today they had House and Senate appropriations. I just left the House appropriations, listening to them to continue to discuss the budget bills. They seem to be moving on strictly party line votes, which is what we'd expect at this point. All intents and purposes, they look like they're going to pass them out tomorrow. And then, you know, people are saying sine die by end of this week, maybe into next week a little bit. They got a few more things done, wrap up some loose ends and get out. So that's that sort of is where we stand with it. From a county's perspective, probably the number one thing I'd point you to would be the repeal of the Department of Revenue charges for those new council members who are on, or for the new board members who are on. Probably 3 years ago now, maybe 4 years ago, the state basically said you had to go through the Department of Revenue and pay them fees to collect your sales tax. And while that probably worked for a lot of people, what it provided was a revenue stream independent of the state for a state agency. And so it was a source of consternation for a lot of the political subdivisions who had to go through Department of Revenue to collect these sales taxes. That's being repealed, and that's a significant savings to the county. I believe it's it's in the tens of millions, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's about $4 million. So it's not quite tens of millions, but it's a significant portion. We're glad to get out from under that. You know, the other things would be things like Altex have sort of been winding down, and they've cut the Altex contributions for the county, and so we're grateful for that. You know, I guess what we're watching for now are the last minute amendments that are going to be trying to tack on to the budget. These tend to be things not associated with counties. They tend to be things associated with things like education or healthcare access. And so we do watch to make sure that counties are not affected by these things, but it's something that usually this time of year marks the time when we can kind of start taking a breath and looking at what the damage has been done from the state perspective. Again, we're hoping that they sine die either end of this week, probably more likely end of next week. But we are coming up at the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm happy to try and answer questions if there are any.
Okay, questions? Comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Just to comment back on an earlier notification from CSA on the omnibus taxation bill. And again, that was looking at changing the assessment ratio from commercial and private. And we did speak with staff here. We've identified some talking points to voice our concern and opposition to the change. And at the chair's direction, we'll communicate those through the system, speak to the legislative portal, and then also email our delegation to voice our concern and opposition to this bill. But Todd, did you want to add any comments on this one?
No, you know, I mean, I think it's fine for them to see that we remain in opposition to it. On the scope of things, how they can affect us, this is probably not the most impactful thing they could have done to the counties. And so, you know, it's sort of it's sort of that abusive relationship syndrome where it's, you know, thank you for not hitting me harder, thank you for not beating me more. And so that's very frustrating for us on a certain level. Unfortunately, I think the deal is almost cooked. So I think we probably have to get our positions known as we have through session. I mean, this is not the first time we've seen it, and we've been voicing our opposition to it, pointing out what the problems are primarily with, you know, especially from a special districts perspective, pointing out what those problems are. We can do so again. There's nothing wrong with doing it one more time to make sure that, you know, 3 years down the road, this comes back to bite someone. You know, we're able to say, well, we tried to explain to you, we tried to tell you what was going on. And so that's beneficial. And I know you all know that. I will reach out to the delegation and send just an email with the talking points from City of Flags perspective. It's very nice that I do that. They love to hear from you, and they probably will pay more attention hearing from elected officials to elected official communication. So I wouldn't hesitate to reach out to them and talk to them. You know, at this point, if you can't do it in the next 24, 48 hours, then you probably ought to just push it off to your colleagues and let your colleagues pick it up. But my point being, we really need to get on the ball. Let's do that quickly, not putting it off.
Mr. Chair, Todd, Mr. Chair, we are prepared to push that communication out this afternoon. So
okay,
we will do that.
I will send my emails out at the end of the day to give you all an opportunity to reach out first.
All right. So any other comments or questions? You know, and I'll probably just follow that conversation a little bit. Yeah, it's been a part of County Supervisors' agenda. We've already communicated this multiple times with these legislators. Touching them with the email, getting it in, registered when they're ready to vote. They're the key pieces to reinforce what we've already said on it, and see, likelihood of affecting it limited, but we continue the fight. This and many others, the defensive component. All right. Okay, so next up, if that's it.
We'll go on to Claire will provide some information on NACO to the members, and we'll also make sure that Supervisors Horseman and Begay are also looped in as they are not able to be on the call today.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, County Manager Peru. Right now, I would like to discuss the NACO applications that went out and the appointments. The email went out a few weeks ago and I did resend it yesterday. So the application process for NACO presidential appointments, as well as steering committee appointments, closes on June 11th. We'll go over some brief points of interest with the appointments in the steering committee. And again, if you reach out, I'm more than happy to help with the applications. So the presidential appointments for NACO are considered for an at-large director position on the NACO Board of Directors or leadership, appointment on a steering committee, standing ad hoc advisory or task force committee for the 2021 through 2022 presidential year. Applicants who have been active on the steering committee will be given preference and consideration for these appointments. And if you do receive an appointment, you should be willing to help coordinate leadership conference calls, develop meeting agendas, testify before Congress if necessary. And the appointments are for 1 year. For the steering committee appointments, the deadline for the application is again June 11th. You do need to fill out an application if you would like to be on a new steering committee. So for our new supervisors that are interested and would like to join a committee, they can certainly fill out the application. Please note that only 2 supervisors per county can serve on each committee. The committees are, we have our agriculture and rural affairs, community, economic, and workplace development, which Supervisor Fowler serves on. We have the environment, energy and land use, finance, pensions and intergovernmental affairs, health, human services and education, justice and public safety. We have our public lands committee, which Supervisor Horseman currently serves on. There is telecommunications and technology. And the last committee is the transportation committee, which Chair Ryan serves on. If you are interested in staying on the committee that you're already on, so that would include Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor Horseman, and Supervisor Ryan, you do need to email CSA and let me know, and I can certainly do that on your behalf. You are also have the opportunity to, if you're on a steering committee and you would like to change to a different steering committee, you need to fill out the nomination form and mark your first and second choice. And then if you no longer wish to serve on a committee, please notify CSA. And all of that I'm happy to assist with. Please just let me know how I can help. Does anyone have any questions on the NACO positions or appointments?
Doesn't look like it. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay, so with that, we will now move on to our NACO resolutions. Give me one moment and I will share my screen. All right, are you able to see my screen with the draft policy resolutions?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So we see your desktop. There you go.
Just you can see it now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Just been expanded. There you go. Just make it a little bigger, please. Zoom
A little bigger. Okay, so in front of us, this was also sent out yesterday with the NACO steering committee and presidential appointments, but I have added new resolutions that we'll go through. So the first portion that we're going to go through are previous resolutions that Coconino County has brought forward. How the process works for our new supervisors is the resolutions are brought forward. Every year, we will either need to reauthorize them or take them and let them know that we're no longer interested in that resolution. So the first ones we're going to go over are ones that we have submitted last year. If they're adopted for the entire year. So if these are adopted at the July conference, they will be enacted until the next annual conference where we can then submit new resolutions. So our first one is the resolution for supporting increased funding and prioritization for military housing. We then have our resolution supporting robust remediation of abandoned uranium mines as a critical priority for the United States. We then have our resolution supporting the use of Federal Emergency Management Agency pre-disaster mitigation grant funding to engage in forest thinning and restoration activities on publicly owned lands. And then the final resolution that would just be a reauthorization, if you're interested, is supporting federal funding to promote and expedite building private forest industries in regions with low or no value trees. And then now we'll move on to our proposed new resolutions. So again, these have not been brought forward. They have been suggested by some of our board members right now. So if you're not interested, or if you have other resolutions you'd like to move forward, we can certainly discuss. So we have our resolution supporting additional law enforcement on public lands. This covers the shortage of law enforcement on public lands with the increased use of public lands, and then the county is forced to respond due to the staffing shortages on federal lands from Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Forest Service. So we would urge Congress to provide federal funding and necessary resources to be able to monitor those federal lands. The next one is a resolution supporting the remediation of abandoned buildings on federal land. This covers our tribal communities with abandoned buildings that were once federal buildings, and we're asking that they either be removed if they're no longer in use, or that they're restored to a level that they could be used for. So the ask would to ask Congress to provide federal funding and resources to remove the buildings or restore them. The next one is supporting the new Promise Act. As you know, we had a big say in the first Promise Act, and then the new Promise Act would include the original Promise Act and some more. So that would be providing resources, job and skill trainings for displaced employees in cities and towns that suffered because of a closed coal generating plant. So we had our Navajo generating station, which closed in 2019. 90% of that workforce were Hopi or Navajo and the Page community. So we are very supportive of the new Promise Act, and we would ask Congress to pass legislation increasing appropriations for communities that have been impacted by the closure of coal-fired generating stations. And then finally, we have a resolution supporting the American Rescue Plan flexibility. As you know, we just had a nice presentation on all the uses of the American Rescue Plan. We are looking for some guidance or support to help fund the backlog in the criminal justice system because cases were not being brought forward due to COVID, and we now face a backlog of cases. There was a call with NACO today, and we were able to, they actually answered our question, which was pretty exciting about the criminal justice system, but they had asked for more information on the scenarios. So we are continuing to work with NACO as well as other counties to see what can be done so that we can use those funds to expedite the backlog of cases which were put on hold due to COVID. All of these resolutions are due on June 3rd. So I am looking for some guidance on which ones you're interested in moving forward so we can get those drafted and submitted to NACO by June 3rd. So they'll be ready for the conference in early July.
And Mr. Chair, if I can comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
So again, the resolution process, you know, for those of you who've been at NACO, you're well versed in the process that takes place by. We also, of course, have members that have not experienced that yet. And we also have members that are not with us today. So we do have a board meeting next week on Tuesday, June 1st. And so it may be that you would like us to, of course, spend some time with the other two board members, give yourselves an opportunity to look at the resolutions and offer any changes, additions, or resolutions that you feel may be already addressed through another NACO committee or resolution. I think that was the case maybe in the FEMA one, Claire. I thought there was some discussion as to it's being actually looked at in a resilient communities subcommittee or something to that effect. So again, certainly don't want to put you all on the spot that we need to have that here and now, because again, we have some time to look at that before the board acts on that.
So yeah, and the other piece is making sure it fits a particular committee, and then do we have anybody to help work it through? Are we counting only on NACO staff? Typically, you want somebody there to help present associated with this. The other piece is, keeping in mind, I think we want to think about maybe some of these might surge up to higher priority. Even so, we might work multiple, but for example, our judicial piece, if it begs for one, and if we have a different discussion that we need to handle administratively, we need to hear that from staff level on that. Just as you were noting with the FEMA piece, the forest pieces are very important to us, but if it's handled administratively and we don't need NACO, okay. If we still do, we need a little bit more, advice on that. I would suggest that if there's a chance to pull some, pull them. You start to get too many after a while too, on what you're focused on and which are our highest priorities. What are we working on associated with it? So these are additional pieces to think about on it. I'm just curious, the military piece. Lena, did you bring that through, or did Jim bring that through last year?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought that forth last year, and I had Jim present it at the NACO, and it was because of the military housings that really need to be restored, and how there are. This was brought to me from the community, and that's how. And then there was news stories about it later on too. So that's how we got it in. And Claire, it'd be really good to know where those how far the resolutions went last year. I think it was they were adopted by the NACO. And these resolutions are assigned to different committees. So you have to chase them to make sure that they are heard and that you are there to support those resolutions. I will need to, the ones on the abandoned building needs to be edited a little bit, and the ones for the Promise Act also. I did tour the abandoned buildings in Tuba City with Congressman O'Halloran's staff there. So, I think these buildings, though, is not just on Navajo, it's across tribal lands. That's where these federal buildings are abandoned. And since they're federal buildings, the local communities cannot touch them or do anything with them. So that's why I think that's a good resolution. So I'm gonna have to really look at that one. And then last year's resolutions, the other three aside from the military, we have to look at them and see if we want to reintroduce them. I think we do.
Yeah, I'm just pausing on the military because it's a broader esoteric piece. There's advocacy working on behalf of it. We got a lot of other ones that we have in here. That's why I was pausing and asking about that.
I'm on the military committee. So maybe what I can do is direct it, have it be sent out from there, because they're not a regular committee. But we do have, but we are a committee. So we can probably work it through them, so we can take a different approach this year.
Ew, I'm glad you're bringing that up, that committee. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah.
You know, I might be thinking about hopping on that. You know, I presented to them a couple times here, or one time they wanted me to do it again during our budget. It's like, no, you know, we're a little bit busy here. But I might give consideration of hopping on it. I'd love to talk about it a little bit more, Lena.
Okay,
So yeah.
what we can do, Claire, is maybe clean that one up and we can direct it to the military committee. We have they just sent out emails again, so I'll be able to send it to them and it can be sent out from there. So thank you.
Yeah, and we, you know, as Steve noted, we can bring these back next week and see, you know, are we staying with all of them? What do we send? What do we not send? So, Geronimo, do you have anything on these?
Oh, I just wanted to say, since I'm new to the process, that's why I haven't really been engaged in this conversation. But I would like to talk to you and maybe the other supervisors and Steve, and maybe see if there would be a committee that would be appropriate for me to apply to. So just because it's new, I haven't kind of jumped out there, said I want this, this, or this. I want to kind of talk to you guys and see what would be the most effective use of my time if I were to apply for one of those positions.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, NACO's got a million things, but there are a million people involved in NACO, and you know, is it time well spent? Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, depending upon, you know, where you're focused. So good questions. Yeah, love to have that conversation.
All right, thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Just to following the final comment on NACO. So the annual conference is scheduled in July. The deadline to register to participate is June 11th, I believe. And so we will be looping back with you because the conference this year is going to be hybrid, virtual as well as in person. And so one of the important pieces of information we're going to determine or find out from the conference organizers is every committee meeting, is every part of the agenda going to be virtual? And if not, we would want to make sure that that information is to you so you can make an informed decision whether to attend in person or virtually. That's all. Thank you.
All right, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm considering attending in person just because of the resolutions that are going, and then I'm interested in the NACO board position as well. So I've been talking to all of you about that.
And I will not attend. It's most of it is virtual. Yeah, I don't see the benefit on my side of doing it, but I can see for others for that. You know, begs the question on the resolutions, checking in. You know, I see the two forest pieces. I'd love to hear from Lucinda and Jay on the forest pieces, where we are, what we focused on. You know, it's based, part of these are based on what our conversations were back in Washington also. So where are we, do we need them or not, associated with those? Other comments, questions?
I would just state that I'm interested in going in person just because getting to know what NACO is and whatnot. So especially if I applied for an appointment or whatnot, then I would want to be there in person.
All right. And
In
we'll find out.
response, I'd be happy to respond to the request, and I did speak with Jay Smith prior about the 2 resolutions relative to forest restoration. And he would continue, would like to continue with support for those resolutions. I think he still feels pretty strongly that we need to continue to work closely in those 2 areas, particularly with the Forest Service and advocacy through congressional, advocacy efforts. So he would request that consideration by the board.
Okay. Good. Anything else? Okay, so we're going to have it brought back to us next week, and we'll have the other soups so we can weigh in and see where we go with it. Okay, what else we have legislatively?
That's all we have, right?
That's all that I have, unless you have anything else, County Manager. Correct?
That should be it, sir.
Okay, and I did just want to add that I did look at the NACO website, and all sessions will be streamed as well as in person. So it will be the same experience if you attend virtually or in person.
Do they charge the same fee?
They do charge the same fee, and the cost does go up June 11th. So we would encourage everyone who's interested to register before June 11th.
Keep an eye on that. These conferences are taking costs. So. All right, that's legislative. Next up, County Manager's Report. Steve.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm actually trying to see what I have to report on today. I've been trying to get other things in place. Hang on a minute. This is actually the first week that we've not had blocks of meetings and blocks of days. So I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do, since this is kind of new to me, not having the entire day booked for a week. What I'm doing is working, having individual meetings with our constitutional officers and appointed department heads, kind of a meet and greet, if you will. Since I didn't have that opportunity upon getting to the county. So I'm doing that in the next couple of weeks, actually starting this afternoon with a couple of important discussions with elected officials. And then also we'll be working on getting the budget put together with your direction so that we can do the tentative adoption, which will occur on June 8th. And then looking at also doing a couple of things, some travel up to Page, and then also to Williams. And so just keeping track of certain things that are happening. So I think really in the interest of time, that is all I have to say at this point in time. But again, I will provide a weekly update. And I think, one of the comments is we'll be providing an organizational update to you every other week. And so we'll be due to give you one this week, just an organization, just all the things that are happening. And then I will also provide more of an operations update to board members that maybe go into detail on some operational issues or projects we're working on. So with that, I'm here to answer questions, or that'll be it for me.
Any questions for Steve? Okay, not hearing questions, let's move on to the roundtable opportunity here. And so obviously Supervisor Horstman's at WIR. Hop into District 2, Supervisor Vasquez.
All right, well, thank you. So I was writing down some of the things I've been doing since budget meetings, and it's been a little busy. I taken a tour of the museum flood area and the Schultz Fire area, and then looked at was a part of the virtual museum flood area meeting, and had the opportunity to go to the Sunnyside and walk through between Dortha and Cedar and look at that area and address some of those issues with some of the constituents. I was able to attend the People in the Street event with Supervisor Horstman. We have another one coming up this Thursday, I believe, on Main Street. And so if you're available, please come and support. We'll be talking about some of the flood mitigation efforts that the county is doing and So we invite the community to come. I had the opportunity to attend the Alliance for Second Century meeting and meet different officials from that meeting. And so that was encouraging to see the potential collaborations and partnerships and what's already happening and learning about that. Let's see. I met with our county assessor and I met with several of my area plan folks, the co-chair and one of my planning and zoning commissioners, just to kind of get all on the same page and kind of understand what's going on better at a deeper level. I had a radio interview with Director Musselman about vaccinations, and so that was really successful. And then we had a visit from the Mexican consulate. They were doing a mobile clinic, and we had the opportunity to host them. And County Manager Prue and I were able to meet with them. And so it's been a busy couple weeks, but it's really encouraging to see the progress that's happening in the county, and I'm really encouraged to be part of that. We just sent out our District 2 newsletter, so getting outreach and word to the community, and just keep plugging away. So thank you.
Yeah, it's not a part-time job, which is great. Let's see, we have Vice Chair Fowler, District 5.
Mr. Chair, I really do not have it. Well, actually, we're having a ribbon cutting tomorrow with our Starlink, and we're going to be doing that. We have our juvenile justice court that's going to be taking, that's the grand opening, where I think everyone is invited to be there in June as well. We're done with all of the taxes for now. We will start doing the extensions sometime in July. That's when we'll start helping people again. But for now, May 17th was the deadline to get your taxes in. We are going to, so that's where we are right now. For now, that will be my report. Thank you.
All right. So I'll swing into mine for District 3. Based on our budget, based on work we've done over the, say, past 15 years working with a subcommittee in the Willard Springs transfer station, community wanted to keep it open. We met with the committee. They had recommendations. For a while there, actually, Willard Springs carried the cost of other transfer sites based on their recommendations. But gradually, use of the transfer site reduced. We set a policy. If you already have service there, you got to break even, or it's time for the county to step out of it, let private sector take over. We just had that conversation with the community to explain. We've tried everything at this point. The amount of revenues that are coming in, they're not breaking even. We've seen this for a number of years, and we've had it closed during COVID. So we're in our second year of people already going to their private sector service anyway, with the exception of the green waste pit, which is much better use for forest reduction in a public health and safety perspective on it. So we brought that to the community, and there's a grudging understanding of some. Many have moved on, but we've taken that final step to move in that direction, informing the community. Flagstaff cleanups. For the unincorporated areas around Flagstaff, some of the southern communities, this is a chance. The fire reduction is a big focus of that. They're happening June 4th through June 12th, so that's a big one. People are really interested in the unincorporated areas. Williams Senior Center, Steve and I think we reported back, but if we hadn't, that we had gone out there with Kim and Michelle Axland and there were concerns. COVID made it challenging for people, and we've had transition of employees, and so it was important that we went out, we listened. There's a strategy that Michelle is working on to work together with the City of Williams, and so we're still working our way through those elements right now. Attended Mines Park Community Watch meeting. That was where we talked to the community, explaining what we're doing. Essler did a great job of presenting associated with the Willard Springs site, but we have many other Forest Service, weather, etc. Service groups, fire district, talking to the community. Good update, a lot of participation by the community. Even so, there's a level of potential land hearing stuff that's going on that there's chatter quite a bit back and forth in the community, and it's surging up and down. It's not just there, it's in most of my communities out there in the unincorporated areas. Let's see, chaired the RTAC meeting just yesterday that we worked through our budget with RTAC. We're going to set up a visioning session for RTAC membership, to have a strategic plan come October. We are not going to do the Rural Transportation Conference. Again, there's no guaranteed federal and state employees will have travel. To plan a conference makes it difficult. And other conferences are starting to collect around the time that we had intended to do it. So we'll be more focused on visioning and strategies. We have come up with a plan of recommended legislative ask for unincorporated areas to create a formula-based approach. Our Public Works is aware of that and participate at the TAC level associated with that, with NACOG and FMPO as well. Let's see, I'm going out. Oh yeah, I have a mine that is active on a 28-acre parcel. We've been through this before. It's in a community that has an HOA. They didn't anticipate it. We experienced this before. There's not much a county can do associated with mining law. There are a lot of exemptions, and yet we will bring Morgan from ADEQ to come to speak to the community about how DEQ handles it and what they do associated with mines. So we'll have an interface with the community there. Greg's back in office. So you see, I survived, guys, without Greg, but barely. We welcome Greg back from his vacation, dearly needed because he puts a lot of hours in working. Let's see, chair's report just quickly. We've made it through the budget meetings. We've gone through the retreats. We'll finish up our work prepping for summer. And then very important, not just for us, but for our staff, just as Steve was saying, there's a level of normalcy. It's like, what do you do? We haven't been in this phase for a while, even though we're still under a health emergency. It's calming down. Let's believe we won't get any other emergencies that come in, but we have a potential for a fire season here. I have been approached by a person involved in the local Realtors Association that wants to talk a little bit more about workforce housing. I'll reach out to them. Here's discussion, but these are other things that we've talked about that's at some point we may talk about in the future as we develop our own strategic approaches to things. There is the Senator Sinema's meeting tomorrow with supervisors and mayors, just to give a heads up that will be taking place. And then I had a query by, I haven't met with the mayor yet since he's come on board. We talked about meeting. His office reached out just today to ask to see if we can have an informal meeting and just catch up. That's the mayor of City of Flagstaff on that. So one last thing. I got an email from Mary Beth Drusik, who is the Navy's representative and liaison for the Navy. Just wanted to send a brief note of thanks for the support and continuations of the IGSA with the City of Flagstaff to extend the dark sky code compliance specialist position for another 5 years. This action exemplifies, reinforces the collaborative efforts that support our shared values. It is truly an honor to have such great partners in the community. I hear nothing but praise from the Naval Observatory staff with regards to Mark Stento's work and wishing us well for Memorial Day. So just a note of the implications. The Navy's been very good in helping us coordinate monies that we brought in our coordinated efforts, as well as this unified front for this. And I think that's enough. Is there any last things, Steve, or board members? Yep, Steve says no. Board members? No, not.
We're all talked out.
All right, fantastic. Not just that, but oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Before 3 o'clock, I'll go ahead and
That is amazing.
and I'll adjourn the meeting. Yeah, we got rid of those other 2 board members, and now we. Oh, don't tell them though, right?
This has been recorded, you know.
Yeah. We're more efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll let them know. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you.
Have a great day, everyone.